Yes, business council meeting for June 25th, 2014, Oceanside City Council, Harbor District, CMC. Roll call, please.
Gabbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Here.
Councilmember Salim. Councilmember Feller.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez is absent.
Thank you. With that, Mr. City Manager, City Attorney.
Council will meet in closed session to do motion. To discuss the following items. Item 1, conference with labor negotiator involving the Oceanside Police Officers Association, non-sworn, Oceanside Firefighters Association, and the unrepresented employees, lawyers, and non-repped. And item 2, conference with real estate negotiator involving 2A, 4.86 acres at the northeast corner of Rancho Del Oro Drive and Oceanside Boulevard. Negotiating parties of the City of Oceanside and RDO Real Estate Group under negotiations of price and terms for the sale of the property. Item 2B, real estate negotiation involving the 1.82 acres at the intersection of North Pacific Street and Harbor Drive South. Negotiating parties of the Small Craft Harbor District of the Marina Del Mar Homeowners Association under negotiations of price and terms for the lease of the property. And item 2C, the Oceanside Beach Resort property, negotiating parties S.C. Malkin and the City of Oceanside under negotiations of price and terms for the disposition of the property. Item 3, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. The first case, Friends of Loma Alta Creek versus City of Oceanside, and the second case, Dunex Cavalier Mobile Estates versus City of Oceanside.
Thank you. Very closed session. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. We have to start this meeting for June 25th, 2014. Roll call, please.
Mayor Wood.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Singh. Here. Councilmember Saline. Councilmember Feller. Here.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take an item out of order. I'm going to item number 25, please.
Item number 25 is adoption of a resolution approving and implementing the memorandum of understanding between the city and the Oceanside Fire Management Association effective July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2016.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Pat.
Thank you for allowing me to go first. For those who don't know, my mother's in the hospital. That's why I'm trying to get out of here. So I appreciate you allowing me to go first. The item that you have before you today, item 25, is a memorandum of understanding with the Oceanside Fire Management Association. It's a 2-year term contract that will expire June 30, 2016. The key economic issues are there is no general salary increase in this memorandum. It does provide for a taxable non-pensionable stipend for the battalion chiefs, of which there are 6, of $4,000 for each of the 2 years. It provides a special salary adjustment for the beach lifeguard captain to bring his salary in line with a median salary for similar classifications within San Diego County. It reduces the division chief assignment pay from 12.5% to 7.5%. Provides for the same bilingual pay increase that was provided to the Police Officers Association and several other unions. Provides for an increase in their life and AD&D coverage to be equal to that of the general OCEA represented employees. And provides for a health insurance adjustment to bring them equivalent to the Police Officers Association. Police Management Association.
Thank you, Pat. Have a seat sidebar if you wish. And, I'm sorry, you had finished? I apologize. I'm sorry. I thought you were rushing it too.
Okay, to outline the actual cost of the contract, the $4,000 stipend is $24,000. The bilingual pay, this is year 1, for one employee is $23.92. The adjustment in the insurance cap is $10,550. The division chief assignment pay is $13,400. The lifeguard adjustment is $7,400, and the insurance increase is about $340. And the increased admin and PERS administrative costs for the PERSable increases is $7,700 for a total of $65,877 for the first year. The second year of the agreement has the stipend for the 6 employees again. It's $24,000. The second year has the final adjustment to the lifeguard captain's salary, just under $15,000, and then the PERS and administrative cost is $6,500, bringing it to $45,502 for the second year. And now I'm done, so I will await questions.
Thank you. I was trying to help you on your way to have a seat sidebar. Public?
No public.
Back to the council, Councilmember Saul.
I'll move approval.
Second. Thank you. Any other comments? I see none. If so, go ahead and vote, please.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you, Pat. I appreciate it. Mr. Clerk, what's your convenience? Consent calendar, please.
Yes, consent calendars, items 4 through 23.
Thank you very much. Is there public on any of these?
No public.
Thank you, Council. Anybody need to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Request to pull items number 15 and 21, move approval for balance.
Second. 21, correct? Thank you. There was a second. Any public on any of these?
No public.
Council, I see none. With that, please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to item number 15, please.
Yes, item number 15 is approval of a memorandum of understanding
by and among the cities of Carlsbad, Escondido, Oceanside, San Marcos, and Vista for funding of the North County Economic Development Collaborative Model and authorization for the city manager to execute the MOU.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an agreement that each city provide $46,000 for a 2-year period. And what I wanted to do is ask Ms. Boland to come forward and tell us what we're getting for that. What specifically is Oceanside getting for this?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mayor, council members. This is a memorandum of understanding. This is for a regional branding effort that has been going on for about 2 years with the mayors from the 5 cities, including our own Mayor Wood, Carlsbad Mayor, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido. What this MOU will do is hire an individual down at San Diego Regional Economic Development Corporation to execute the branding plan. So roll out the branding platform for the 5 cities. And that could be collateral materials, it could be a website, it could be, wrapping buses. We don't know yet. We don't know what that's going to look like yet until we get them hired and on board and deciding, what the going forward plan is. The city of Carlsbad is letting the contract for the 5 cities, so this MOU is just an agreement that we will all equally pay $23,000 a year for 2 years. Each city will, for this individual that will roll out the brand. Last time when we did an MOU similar to hire the branding consultant just to let the contract for the 5 cities. So this is a very similar process to what we did to establish the brand.
Right, and for this is in total contract is $230,000. Oceanside's part of it is the $46,000. And what do you envision that the city of Oceanside will specifically get out of this?
What we're trying to achieve is to gain recognition and exposure to outside of the city, outside of the state, and maybe out of the country. People know San Diego. They don't necessarily know Oceanside, Vista, Escondido, San Marcos, Carlsbad. San Diego is well branded, LA is well branded, San Francisco. We're trying to create a stronger brand to capture some of that business from other areas.
So potentially, do you have like a dollar amount how we as City of Oceanside would benefit in terms of our businesses, our tourism? Do you have a sense of that?
I do not. I do not know a specific dollar amount, what we might capture. I haven't seen that evaluation. But I think working together, we're stronger as a region, trying to draw people up here. We're stronger with our overall education for over 5 cities.
Right. We do have Visit Oceanside, right? And that's getting what was it, about $300,000, or it's the TOT that's sort of just that was formed to be able to have Visit Oceanside. So they're marketing Oceanside. How is this going to supplement that, and what is the potential benefit to the city of Oceanside? Besides, you're saying branding, okay, we've got those things going on. How is this, what specific dollars, like, as a goal? Do you have a goal?
This is branding from a business perspective versus a tourism. So we're trying to gain additional businesses and jobs up in Oceanside versus just tourism dollars. My goal would be to get, 100 jobs, a couple hundred jobs a year up here due to this effort.
Okay. Well, tourism, I understand, so people actually end up deciding to live here, deciding to, I'm going to move my business here. I've heard actually a couple of examples of that. So that there is kind of a small byproduct of that happening with Visit Oceanside.
Mm-hmm.
So your sense is that we'll get a bigger response from businesses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If I may too, Mr. City Manager, I see you have your light on, I'm sorry.
No, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to go ahead, I know that you've been working on this much longer than I have in terms of the cooperative nature with our surrounding communities. It's nice to be in this thing together, that all of the North County cities and mayors
Cooperative and also competitive, right?
Well,
in a sense.
In a sense.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, there's always, I'm happy to see CalPAG get anything we don't in terms of new jobs, because they're close by. And there will certainly be some of that. What we do benefit, to tag on a little bit to Tracy's presentation, is we get access to the entire staff, Economic Development Corporation in San Diego, and we're hopeful that we'll actually get referrals out of this, and they'll be shared across the board as opportunities come up that broader-based consideration will be given to all North County cities. And it can profile us not only within San Diego County, but outside of San Diego County as a strong destination point. And I do think it sends a stronger message to people who are considering locating here that we are working together with the surrounding communities.
Well, I'm hoping that in this 2-year period, we'll have a better sense of, we'll be able to see what we're getting out of this and be able to put some numbers to that. So I see this as basically a demonstration project, right? To see if this kind of a collaborative would actually benefit Oceanside, or if putting that kind of money into something else might get the same thing. So I'm willing to go ahead and see how this goes, but I really see this as a demonstration to see what we will be getting out of this as a city. So I'll move approval.
Deputy Mayor, just one quick comment. They are supposed to develop measures of effectiveness as part of this program, so those will come back to you, and I think it's important that we are able to look back, as you suggest, and see if this money was well spent.
Deputy Mayor, are you finished? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I made a motion.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Kern, I'm sorry.
Just one quick question. We're actually going to pay for an employee down at regional EDC, right? Is that what this is about?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it's not just an employee, it's also for
the work product.
The entire group that's down there, but it's to fund an individual and the rest of the resources available at San Diego Regional, which they have about 18 people that specialize in marketing and expansion and relocation, etc.
So, who's going to oversee the work, actually? I mean, are they going to...
San Diego Regional.
Are they reporting back to the mayors and managers like every 3 months or every year, and say what the work product is and how they progress? And is there a committee of the mayors, or is it just all the mayors at once that are overseeing this project?
Mr. Mayor, through the Mayor, there is a committee that's comprised of city managers and mayors.
Oh, okay.
And we meet periodically. It's not monthly, but it's certainly at least quarterly. And we will be reporting back on the activities as they take place. Even though we have access, one of your other questions regarding who is going to be in charge of this through the EDC, we will have a designated contact point, one individual, even though we have other resources through the EDC available to us.
Okay, and that individual, where's that contact point at?
That contact point is in the offices of the EDC in San Diego.
Okay, all right. I'll second it. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Well, I see no further questions. Thank you very much. Please vote. Thank you, Tracy.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. Item number 21, is that correct, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you.
Please.
Item 21 is adoption of a resolution approving the final map for the proposed Cleveland Street 8 Townhomes project, a residential condominium development on a 0.2-acre lot located at the northeast corner intersection of Cleveland Street and Washington Avenue and authorization for the city clerk to record the final map for the San Diego County Recorder.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and if the staff person could, come down, whoever's gonna be able to answer questions on this project. This project, actually, this is the first time it's coming to the city council because this project, was approved by the planning commission, and so this is, while it's the first time it's coming to council, it is a ministerial, but it does, for me, raise, some questions that I'd like to, ask here. First of all, this is a project residential project for 8 condominiums, on a 0.2 acre lot on Cleveland and Washington. And, it's not been that long ago that we had residents come in and really tell us that they'd like to keep the character of the community, as it is. That for them it was the whole marketing thing. It keeps the values in the homes and raises, in fact, for them raises the values of the homes. And when you start having larger projects like this, it starts to take away from the character. And so, my basic question is, was that taken into account when this was presented to the planning commission? This request by the community that we pay very close attention to character, to maintaining character?
Yes. Yes, it was. Yes.
Okay. Well, I would imagine that there can't be too many of these projects in this neighborhood, because then you are destroying the character of the community. So I guess what I'm asking staff to do is to be pay very close attention to this. If I had known that this project had been approved, I probably would have wanted to review it to make sure that we keep the contract that we basically made with the community, which is the Coastal Neighborhood Association, the State Coastal Neighborhood Association, that we continue to ensure the character via height, density, mass. This is is this a two-story or what? Doesn't say.
That's correct. 2 stories, and then the similar project it was constructed right next door. So it's actually in compliance with the community character, and it's gone through the public hearing process to approve the project.
Right. And just a comment to that when there is one like that, it's probably the reason why people get upset, is that, okay, we don't want that to happen again. So if you could please be mindful that, I've heard from the community, no one's here today apparently, but I'm really surprised because there was a whole outcry about this not too long ago. So again, this is ministerial, so I'm going to move approval of the final map, but just with those statements of concern that we maintain character of this community.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Sanchez, all related comments to planning staff. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Go ahead, Mr. King.
Just one quick question. Isn't there like a 3-story apartment building right across the street there on Cleveland? Yeah. So, I mean, talking about character, and also, aren't we within, Marty, you ran away. That's nice. Well, maybe I can get a 2-word answer instead of a 1-word answer out of you. Isn't there like a 3-story apartment building right across the street from this?
That's correct, sir.
Right, so the character of the neighborhood is trans-oriented development. Aren't we probably within 100 yards of the parking lot of the transit center? Is that correct?
No. Yeah, I'm not sure how.
Yeah, but I mean, it's fairly close. I mean, so the idea that, we talk about transit-oriented development and density close to rail, close to transit stops. This is kind of what we're looking for in this whole plan, isn't it? I mean, I think that's kind of what we're aiming for on these areas that are close to transit, is higher densities.
Well, I have to go back and review all the planning documents, so really, I can't answer that question right now, unless I revisit to find out exactly what it is, and I agree there were some people that came out. I do recall the planning commission that they had concern about the community character, so I'll be more than happy to answer that question later on once I review the documents.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Collins, please.
Thank you. The community character, didn't seem to matter so much when Larson Steel was there and, the ice house that were, all along there, that have been replaced by some very, outstanding housing. So, you know, the community character has been, accomplished. This is happening all around that transit center, and as well, this will be a solid project for our city, as well as what we're trying to accomplish in our downtown. We do need people that are going to walk to these restaurants that just up Washington and over a block is, you know, 2 or 3 brand new businesses that need that walk-in support. So, you know, I don't think the community would want Larson Steel back, that's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you all. Mr. Kaluka, I'd like to go item 30.
Yes, item number 30 is approval of the Economic Sustainability Study 5-year plan update and use of the document in future economic development decision making.
Thank you. Hi, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. The 2008 Sustainability Study was developed back in 2008, about 5-6 years ago, which outlined data points to benchmark progress on key economic indicators for Oceanside. The study was conducted as a guide to City Council when making policy decisions that could impact the city's economic conditions and jobs. In 2013, the Economic Development Commission decided to establish an ad hoc committee to look at the benchmark data points and make updates to the sustainability study. The ad hoc committee made recommendations to the full commission at a special meeting that was held in February of 14, and the EDC came up with a dashboard of economic variables that are tracked by economic development and reported on regularly to City Council and EDC. And they are increasing the jobs to housing to 1-to-1, increase TOT, monitor public safety numbers for the downtown, increase office space per capita to 8 square feet, increase property and sales tax per capita, benchmark commercial processing time and improve annually, monitor building permits processed annually for commercial and industrial properties, monitor planning projects processed annually for commercial and industrial properties. Now, it's important with any of these metrics that not just one metric is more important than the other, they all tell a story. So, for example, the jobs to housing ratio is not necessarily more important than the sales tax per capita or property tax per capita, just to highlight that. The EDC also made 15 different recommendations in the study, but it was determined that the most urgent need was to complete the general plan land use element update and 3 zoning ordinance update to keep Oceanside economically sustainable into the future. Currently, the City of Oceanside's general plan land use element was last updated about 12 years ago, and the 3 zoning ordinances were updated more than 20 years. 2 of them are 22 and 1's 28 years ago. Because of the outdated zoning ordinances, a lot of extra time is spent by city staff to evaluate projects to make sure they meet those codes and etc. Another concern is the many requests received from developers to rezone job and revenue-producing properties in Oceanside. The rezoning of property is problematic since a comprehensive look at the property uses and their impact, whether positive or negative, to the city's revenues and expenditures has not been conducted in over 20 years. The new 5-year sustainability study concluded that funding should be allocated and the process started to update the land use element and zoning ordinances to establish appropriate zoning designations that will result in an acceptable mix of land uses citywide that will take economic realities into account. And that's my just short synopsis of the sustainability study. There's a lot of data and metrics in this study, old and new. And please let me know if you have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Steve, sidebar, please.
No public comment.
Public back to the council, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that the other recommendations are as critical, if not more so, and that is to preserve commercial and industrial job-producing properties in order to keep the city economically sustainable. So removing job-producing lands from the city's inventory will negatively impact Oceanside's ability to reach the 1-to-1 jobs-to-housing ratio. That, I think, is needs to be underscored, and it is in the study here. I do think that there's a ranking here. In my mind, what our residents have asked for time and time again are more jobs. It will decrease the congestion in terms of the traffic, in having residents stay in Oceanside and work in Oceanside. It'll increase the amount of money that is spent in Oceanside, because if you live here, of course, you're going to be spending money here, but if you work here as well and you're going out for lunch or something, that money's going to stay here in Oceanside. So all of it comes back to the economic sustainability of this city, and I'm very glad that this is back before us to remind us. We've had this through the years, a reminder that we're pretty much getting a grade F in terms of our economic sustainability, and when you look at jobs and job creation. So I'm happy to make a motion, move this forward, and that strongly suggest that we consider this over and over and over again whenever there is a project that is before us, especially when it's a request to change the zoning from commercial job producing to residential. We are going to constantly be asked that over and over again, and constantly be told, well, Oceanside doesn't need jobs. Other cities can provide the jobs. That is a very anti-Oceanside statement to make. It's against our interest to ever think that not having jobs here is somehow okay or good for Oceanside. So I'm going to go ahead and move approval. Thank you.
I will second.
Thank you very much. With that, Councilwoman Keller.
Two things. Do you take into any account the fact that there's 50,000 jobs out on Camp Pendleton in our study?
Yes, I did put a metric in there for the jobs on Camp Pendleton that raises us to 0.71 jobs to housing, if I remember right.
And so we have just approved a 5-year or a 5-city program for this. And what I'm asking is, does that have any relationship to what you're trying to do, or how does that intertwine?
I think it does have a relationship in trying to capture more business up north and out of San Diego. Well, I can say out of San Diego, but to the North County to help our citizens. So it is true, if jobs are close to Oceanside, like in Vista, Carlsbad, we are going to capture some of those, our residents are going to capture some of those jobs, more than likely. So I think it helps the region as a whole to work together to try to gather additional jobs, additional companies to our area. It'll help us all. And in addition, I focus on trying to capture those jobs and get them in Oceanside, in businesses and sales tax generating businesses.
Well, I must travel in a lot different circles, because I find that people are just overjoyed with the direction Oceanside is moving in. So, it's not all doom and gloom over all these issues that we're talking about. They are really pleased with the direction Oceanside is going. So I would just like to reiterate that publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other rights. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, if you can vote 24, please.
Yes, item number 24 is introduction of an ordinance to permit exemption from payment of water capacity charges for increase the meter size necessary to accommodate standby capacity for residential fire sprinklers in single-family dwellings, and direction staff to implement the charges.
Good evening, Ms. Gill.
Good evening. Today's presentation will outline the proposed action to introduce an ordinance allowing for an exemption for single-family homes from water capacity charges in certain circumstances. This item is being brought before you today due to a new law which took effect on January 1st, 2011. The new law required that all new single-family residential construction includes fire sprinklers in the home design. Historically, when homes were designed, they were able to be served with a meter that was 5/8 inch, and that's the typical size for domestic service. With the new law taking effect, this meant that homes needed to be designed to accommodate not only domestic flows, so the flows to serve the home, like the toilets and showers and such, but also to accommodate fire sprinklers. This resulted in a larger buy-in fee and a larger service to serve the property. The Water Authority was actually ahead of the game with finding a solution to this. I don't know if they saw this coming or if it was brought on by another action. But they had adopted an ordinance in 2008 which allowed for the capacity for the buy-in fee on their fees to be determined only based on the domestic water service, so like it was in the past. In passing that ordinance, it allows for the local agency to determine whether or not to pass along the exemption to development. Recently, staff has informally been passing along this exemption. However, we're before you today to provide a permanent solution, and that is what you see before you today is the ordinance. I wanted to quick talk about what this looks like from a financial perspective for somebody that would be building a home. When you go to our water counter to pay buy-in fees for water service, there's 4 cost components which make up your buy-in fee. The first being the meter itself, the second being the buy-in cost to buy into Oceanside systems, and then there's 2 fees associated with Water Authority costs. One is capacity, and one is capacity associated with treatment. The total for a 5/8 inch meter buy-in fee is a little under $10,000. And if someone were to have to upsize to a larger size meter, the buy-in fee is quite a bit more substantial. With the exemption, a developer would pay only the capacity fee for the smaller size meter based on what they would be typically buying into for just domestic purposes. All other fees would remain the same, and there's no change to anything that affects Oceanside system. So with the exemption, a developer building a single-family home, instead of paying $19,000, would be paying $16,000. And again, this only passes along the Water Authority's capacity exemption. And with that, we collect that money on behalf of the Water Authority, and we pay it back to the Water Authority on a quarterly basis. I just wanted to mention some other streamlining efforts for development, because we've been working on, this is one of those efforts that we had notified you of these other 2 efforts that we've implemented recently in water and in concert with fire. Development of a 3/4-inch meter buy-in fee, and also a change in the way that fire flow testing was done. It reduced the fee to 0, as well as provided a very quick turnaround time so that development can get on with developing their fire suppression system. So that ends my presentation this evening, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Have a seat beside Martha right now. I appreciate that. Public?
Yes, we have one member of the public wishing to speak on this item. At this time, should he not may come forward?
Mayor, council members, given out 127 Sherry Lane, also I'm the vice chairman of the Utilities Commission, and reporting to you that the commission has unanimously supported this, so we recommend this for your approval. Thank you.
No further public on this item.
Thank you. Back to the council. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is definitely a direct benefit to our residents. I'm happy to hear that this has actually been handled informally and that now it's before us for a formal adoption. So I'm going to go ahead and move approval and move introduction of the ordinance.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Thank you, second. Please. Director Joe, can you go back to that slide with the adjustment of the water authority's charges? Now, why aren't we adjusting our buy-in fee accordingly? The idea that obviously the only reason we're upsizing this is for fire flow, if I'm correct. Is that correct? And so the capacity, the buy-in, why don't we keep the buy-in fee at the 5/8 for a 1-inch meter added for fire flow? Because the idea that we're not going to be using any more water. I mean, it's going to be the water that's coming through a 5/8 meter for the most of it. So why didn't we have it? We adjusted that.
Typically, when our consultant's looking at the cost that's appropriate for the Oceanside buy-in fee, they're looking at things such as storage, which is typically sized in order to provide fire flow during times of fire. And although we haven't broached the subject with the rate consultant, I would believe the reason would be that it wouldn't meet the cost of service principles for buy-in fees, but we can certainly look at that.
I think we ought to. I get if you know the amount of water that's being used on a normal house, warrants a 5/8 meter just because building codes require the fire flow now with sprinklers, that we shouldn't have to charge them more because they're using the same amount of water, hopefully. Actually less if we do the drought thing. And then the 3/4-inch meter, the fire flow on a 3/4-inch meter, will that handle a house? And I'm looking at the fire marshal back there. I don't know if that's...
It's handled on a case-by-case basis. We would have an engineer do a calculation based on what's being used in the home and what the fire system would be designed to handle, and they would make that determination whether it was a 3/4-inch or a 1-inch. It might even need a 1.5-inch. And I might add that this particular action only exempts the capacity fee for up to a 1-inch meter for a single-family residential.
So who makes that call? The fire marshal on the development side?
On the sizing of the meter is done through the water department.
Okay. All right. Thanks. It's just the idea that we're doing capacity charging of the water authority. I think we ought to take ours into consideration too, since it's normally the 5-inch meter and we're requiring that. All right. Thank you.
So I'll go ahead and title the ordinance. This is the introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Oceanside City Code, Chapter 37, establishing water system capacity fees.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Mr. Hill, you can be up again, by the way. I think I'll be number 26, please.
Number 26 is approval of plans and specifications for the Fire Mountain and Guahomie No. 1 Reservoir Repairs Project and authorization for the city engineer to call for bids.
Thank you. Okay, I'll welcome that.
Good evening. I'm going to be introducing Jason Dafflin, our Water Utilities Division Manager, who will be providing a report this evening.
Honorable Mayor and council members, staff is recommending approval of plans and specification and authorization for the city engineer to call for bids for a Fire Mountain and Guahomie Reservoir repair project. The Water Department operates 12 reservoirs located at 9 different locations as shown here on the city map. The reservoirs serve 3 major purposes. Those are, number 1, to provide sufficient potable water flows to our residents and businesses. Number 2, to provide storage during periods when water is not available from outside the area. And number 3, to provide sufficient water for fire protection. 2 of our oldest reservoirs, highlighted here on the map, are number 1, the Fire Mountain, and number 2, Guahomie No. 1. These reservoirs were both constructed in 1956 and 1962, respectively. These reservoirs were built at that time to the current seismic standards that were passed by law in 1956 and 1962. Since 1975, there have been approximately 78 new laws passed related to seismic requirements. These 2 reservoirs need upgrades, and this project will bring both of these reservoirs to our current standards, the seismic standards that exist today through the state of California. Some of the improvements as part of this project consist of new reinforced connections between the walls, the footings, and the roofs, along with new pre-stressing cables and miscellaneous cosmetic and site repairs at each reservoir. Our engineer's estimate for this project is approximately $4.4 million. The bids will be, if approved, the bids will be due on July 29th. Once we receive those bids and select a contractor, we will bring back to council the request to award the project at our August 20th meeting. That concludes my presentation. I can take any questions.
Thank you. My question is, what do you do with the water and the tower while you're replacing it?
Well, we'll use all the water, we'll draw the reservoir down, and then we'll take it out of service and do the repairs while it's out of service.
Appreciate it. Any other questions for the staff?
No public on the side.
No public, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that means you're going to, well, you started to say you're going to draw it down so it'll be empty so you can do the construction. It's going to take a year to do. But you also mentioned in the report that you're going to reroute it so that somehow you'll be able to have no interruption in terms of potential use within that area.
That's correct. We have the ability to move water throughout the system so we can accommodate these reservoirs being down during construction without any interruption to the residents.
Okay, and your report also indicates that you're going to be having some meetings with the residents in the neighborhood to discuss the hours of construction and all that.
That is correct. We plan on having at least one meeting at the beginning of the project to introduce what the project entails at each site and the residents in the area. We'll send out mailers to the people that are affected in the general area of each of the sites, and then we'll have other follow-up meetings as necessary.
So you don't anticipate closing any roads, but possibly slowing traffic down in these areas?
There will be no road closures. All of the work is contained within city property.
Okay, great. Move approval.
Okay. And, Councilmember Fowler, please.
So this reduces our capacity to 40 million, approximately. These 5 million gallon tanks.
one's a 3 and one's a 5, so it'll drop our capacity by 8 million gallons, which puts us in 43 million gallons, 43 and a half will be our available capacity.
You're not doing any work at night, so this shouldn't interrupt anybody for anything. It would be like working on the inside of this building.
That's correct, yeah. It's all the work's contained within the reservoir parcel, and the contractor will have to comply with all the noise restrictions, and most of the work will occur during the day and not at nighttime.
Thank you.
The time, it looks like you're gonna do both at once. Is there any advantage of that versus, I mean, a factor of safety if you do one after the other, do we have that capacity in the system versus taking them both out at once?
We do have capacity in the system. The advantage of doing both at the same time is there is one extremely expensive piece of equipment, which is the pre-stressing wire wrap equipment. And when they bring that on site and bring it to California, it will be advantageous for us to do both reservoirs, wrap them one right after the other, so we eliminate at least one mobilization charge.
Oh, okay. That's good. Because reading this, it looks like you're going to take it all the way down basically to the wire supports and rebuild it.
That's correct.
Yeah, and then I had a conversation there with a contractor that the change about, actually Director Dale was there about they no longer can use J-bolts on construction because during a seismic event, the J-bolts straighten out. I never knew that. So I can understand why there's a big change. So anyway, thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Before I go to the next item, if I may, I'd like all the people here in the audience from National University to stand up so you can be on TV. Come on. And we have a few here from National University. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam, Mr. Chair. 27.
Item number 27 is adoption of a resolution approving temporary road closures, parking and traffic flow plans for the July 3rd, 2014 fireworks in the Oak Forest Zone area on Rancho Del Oro Drive between Mesa Drive and Seagate Way.
Mr. Chief, Frank McCoy, are you putting this on or staff? Thank you, Chief. I wasn't sure if you were putting it on or staff. Item number 27. Thank you, Chief.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you. Yes, for July 3rd, we are again closing off Rancho Del Oro through traffic for the fireworks show. We are extending this year the road closure down to Mesa on Rancho Del Oro. This closure is due to what we learned from last year, and we feel that the additional closure will allow more pedestrians to access the road, to be able to view the fireworks as well as additional vendors that will be out there.
Thank you, Chief. Is that it?
If you have any more specific questions about the road closure, I'd be more happy to answer them, but again, it's just
I don't think that I thought the staff was going to do it. I'm sure they'd have been a lot longer, but thank you. Last year, I was really impressed at the location, all the people, the food trucks and vendors, and a great location where we could sit in the streets. But, your department did an excellent job, and so did the fire department. I don't know if there's a lot of questions here, but I have a light from the deputy mayor, please. Do you have questions for the chief on this?
For the chief, no,
Was the public on this?
No public on this item.
Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and move adoption resolution, and basically just invite everyone to beginning of the day, or I should say July 3rd, beginning of the evening. Please go over to the Main Street, the Sunset Market, and then head on after that to El Corazon starting 6 o'clock. We're going to have a lot more of our food trucks, gourmet food trucks, even those gourmet cupcakes ran out. I was in a long line for that, for those gourmet cupcakes. Also, you know, please go to our restaurants that are there. Wonderful Italian, soul food. It's just a great place to just hang out. And the fireworks. So it was really great last year for the inaugural of celebrating our city's birthday. And again, we're going to celebrate our birthday as well as kicking off our celebration of freedom and independence for us here, 4th of July. So, again, move adoption of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Second. I have a second on that. Councilman Kern, please.
Chief, I've just seen the one sign out there that says road closing. Have you signed any other locations? The signage is telling people that it's going to be closed. The only one I saw is right there on Rancho Del Oro. Aaron, really important also required to bring up. I think the Lieutenant, I think she has the answer for you, Chief.
Lieutenant.
Good afternoon. Yes, we have a sign at those locations on the north and south, on Mesa as well as on Oceanside Boulevard. We also have one of the mobile signs that have the flashing signs, and we can utilize that also. We had that on Oceanside Boulevard last year, if you recall, that notifies all the guests that are of the upcoming event.
Okay, that's why I make sure everybody understands that that road segment is closed. Right.
Yes.
Thank you. You should have came first. You've done a better job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Summer, please.
I wanted to point out, this is for all future July 3rd celebrations as well. This is not just this one. And you can make changes as might be needed in the future, but this is to keep from having to do this every year.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it, please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break until 5 o'clock. We have to set up a few things and start again a little 5 or a little after. So if you haven't been here before, out through the hallway, up the stairs, restrooms, and water. And about 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
The actual transcript. For the remainder of the meeting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no problem. No problem.
say that, something I just wanted to hear yeah, tonight. That one, the Ripley one.
Let's get started, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, good evening to the council meeting. We finished our first half. We started about 2 o'clock in the afternoon closed session, going to items like consent calendar, easy items, and 5 o'clock we have some presentations and go to some other items. A full house tonight. If there's not enough chairs, spread out around the sides, if you would please. Make yourself comfortable. Enjoy it. This was a long agenda because we do not have council meetings in the month of July where city employees can have some time off. So we don't have them. Everybody throws all their stuff on this last one before we have it. So it's a long agenda item, but we'll get moving here in a second. Please, welcome. If you do have a phone or a pager, put it on vibrate or silent. We'd appreciate that. If you haven't been here before, out the double doors, up the stairs, restrooms, and water. And we'll get started here in a second, and if I may, my assistant for many, many years, Valley Carpenter, retired last week, moved to Connecticut, so I've replaced her with somebody I had before, Debbie Walker. Debbie's going to be my aide and assistant and legislative aide for the future. So I'll put a face with that in case you need her when I'm gone. She can call and talk to her and work on things. We do have a lot of presentations, a lot of familiar faces in the audience, and thank you for that. So with that, let's get started on that. And if I may, Debbie, will you give everybody an introduction about the invocation, etc.?
Would you please stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance? Tonight's invocation will be delivered by City Clerk Zach Beck, who is also the youth pastor for Gateway Community Church.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you for today, for the blessing, the privilege, the honor it is to live in the city of Oceanside. We come together as individuals with different backgrounds, different beliefs, different presence, and different futures, but one common uniting goal, and that is the betterment of our community. We lift up our council members, Councilmember Feller, Councilmember Feline, Mayor Wood, Deputy Mayor Sanchez, and Councilmember Kern, as they deliberate over items of importance to our community, that they would do so with clarity and peace of mind, making decisions that are in the best interest of the entire city. And as we carry on this entire city's future into the summer, we seek your guidance, your wisdom, and your discernment in the decisions that we make daily with our families, our friends, within our organizations, and within every aspect of our life. We praise in your name. Amen.
At this time, I'd like to call forward Sean Madison, champion surfer and owner of Von Soul Surfboards, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a chair.
Okay, and this time I would like to call forward the following individuals. This is for the presentation of the Oceanside Surfing Day. So we have Jason Bennett, Will Smith, and Max Krager from Chemistry Surfboards. Derek Eisenkirk and Mitch Apsher from Captain Fin Company. Justin Height and Jeremy from Rain Optics. Dustin Bernard from Surfride Manufacturing. Carolyn Kramer from Scholastic Surf Series. Alyssa Morgan from Oceanside Longboard Club. John Corning and Haley Hagerstone from Surfrider Foundation. And of course, we have Sean Madison from Bonneville Surfboard. And I will read the proclamation in honor of Oceanside Surfing Day. Whereas the city of Oceanside is a coastal community whose residents enjoy the pleasures of surfing, swimming, and spending time in the ocean, and whereas the culture, economy, and quality of life of the residents of Oceanside are positively influenced by the social, financial, and educational benefits that the surfing industry, surfing community, and Surfrider Foundation provide to our city, and whereas the members of Oceanside surfing industry, Bonsall Surfboards, Chemistry Surfboards, Captain Fin Company, Rain Optics, Donald Takayama Surfboards, SR Manufacturing, and others, have worked tirelessly to positively impact the private sector of Oceanside's economy through innovative product design and development, and whereas Oceanside Surfing Community, the Oceanside Longboard Club, the California Surfing Museum, and all surfers throughout the city have fostered a friendly atmosphere in Oceanside, added character to Oceanside's diverse culture, and promoted positive civic engagement in Oceanside's residents, and whereas the Surfrider Foundation has worked diligently to ensure the protection and enjoyment of the ocean, waves, and beaches in Oceanside through education and involvement in civic affairs, now therefore be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, California, do hereby proclaim June 25th, 2014 as Oceanside Surfing Day in the City of Oceanside.
Well, I just want to thank everyone. My name is Zach Beck, the City Clerk of the City of Oceanside. I've also spent about 12 years of my life working at Surf Ride in Oceanside here on Coast Highway. So the reason for this proclamation is we want to bring together the various economic interests that the city has in regards to surfing culture in the community, and that's why we're bringing the businesses of the surfing community in general, and also the Surfrider Foundation that advocates on behalf of our beaches and our ocean together, just to recognize them, acknowledge them for all the positive benefits they bring to our community, and to give them a moment of our time to be able to articulate what they do in the city and how they benefit our economy, our culture, and our environment. So I'm going to pass the microphone around.
All right. Well, I think that, first off, it's a great honor. This city has had so much rich history of surfing, and to be part of it is a great honor. And for me, I'm just a surfer that has basically done this my whole life, and I live and breathe it. And to make this my living and my career for so many years is quite a blessing. And so I take this as a great honor for you guys to recognize this wonderful sport. And it's more than a sport, it really is a lifestyle. And having a past of working retail here in the city of Oceanside at Surf Ride with Zach, I've met many of you and many others through this long history, and then going on to design my own surfboards and coming up with innovation with different designs. It's been a real great experience. But the main thing is we have such a wonderful city, awesome beaches, and really this fragile industry that's down here in the valley is really the mecca of surfing here in California. I mean, there are some incredible craftsmen that are building surfboards for your pleasure right here in the city of Oceanside. So, you know, that's really all I can do is applaud them over than anything else, and applaud you guys for really recognizing such a wonderful sport, and especially this history here in Oceanside. Mayor Woods, I came up with a fin. It's kind of a different thing. It's called an upster, and it's a fifth fin, and it marries the three fin with a fourth fin, and it was used by 11-time world champion Kelly Slater. So I got Kelly to sign this fin as well as I did, and this is something I'm going to give to Mayor Woods. All right. All right. When I first arrived in Oceanside in 1955, I lived at Beach Lake Trailer Park, where the harbor is located now.
I stepped out of my trailer, and it was the trailer that I never known, right on the beach, and I was in paradise because I came from New Hampshire. And I learned to surf. I learned to surf down in the harbor area. Only thing different I found out is I got older, the water got colder. I don't know why, but I've always enjoyed it, and I love body surfing. But ladies and gentlemen, this group behind me is pretty fantastic. It is part of our city. They're our neighbors. They're part of the community and make people come here from tourists around the world to do something like this. Now, if you haven't been in surfing yourself, you may not understand this, but for surfers and me, this is a big deal. So I want to thank you all for being part of the city of Oceanside, making it what it is, and I'd like to thank you from my heart. And I would like one last thing. I'll pass the mic to somebody who started this, Zach, and he's been wonderful as a clerk. Please, Zach, will you say a few words?
I'll pass it along to Carolyn and Max and the others so that way they can articulate what they've done in the community as well. So here you go.
My name's Carolyn Kramer, and myself and another partner, we run the Scholastic Surf Series, which is a middle school and high school league for surfing. And we are very proud to have two of our schools. We have Oceanside High School and El Camino High School as part of our high school league. And just 2 years ago, we added our Oceanside middle schools. So now our schools are competing in all of San Diego with the other San Diego schools, where there's probably about 35 schools that are competing for their schools. So I would also like to thank the city of Oceanside, because as far as I'm concerned, you have the best beaches, the best surf, and the best staff. And I'd like to say thank you to our Oceanside lifeguards, because as far as I'm concerned, they're the best. And I'm on the beach all the time, and the kids love you guys. Thank you. And there's a lot of other people in this community that need to be thanked too. They couldn't be here tonight, but I did want to recognize them because they are part of our community. A lot of them were born here, raised here, now have businesses here, and I wanted to include them too. And that's the Stoddards, who own Brixton, Charlie Anderson, Jamie Stone from the Privateer restaurant here in Oceanside, Aaron Checkwood, he's a photographer that does all the surfing photographer, Chris Jeremy, and Justin Height from the Optics who aren't here. International Surf Services, Eric Kramer, who runs training camps for the up-and-coming professionals. Select Surf Studio here in Oceanside, Mike Stidham, also a graduate of Oceanside High School. Michael Boone Surfboards, and Gary Linden, of course, from Linen Surfboards. So these people are all members of our community and all contribute to what goes on in this city. So thank you all. Thank you, Mary, for having this special day for us. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Max. I just want to thank everybody in the community for honoring today, and the mayor for the waves she brought today. It was great. So I'm going to hand it on over to Chemistry.
How's it going? Jason Bennett from Chemistry Surfboards. I just want to thank Oceanside for recognizing us and just saying I think it's a great day. I grew up around here since I was a little kid, surfing the pier, and now I'm manufacturing surfboards. I think Sean kind of said it all. This community is rich in history from back in the 50s till now. It is a hub. I actually shape the surfboards. I'm in the grime. There's not a huge margin, but we love it. It's a lifestyle, and it's cool you guys recognize us. And any breaks, any type of help, we appreciate. It's rough down there. Come see us in the valley sometime. We'll walk you through. But anyway, I wanted to say thanks, and yeah, let's go Oceanside. Yeah.
Willie Smith, Chemistry Surfboards, partners with Jason. First and foremost, I want to thank Zach for getting this ball rolling and making this happen with the City of Oceanside and Mayor Jim Wood and all of the wonderful people that are part of the City of Oceanside staff. Yeah, it's hard to have to follow all these other speeches and whatnot, but yeah, this day is just great for the fact that it just helps legitimize a lifestyle and sport that we've loved and been a part of pretty much our whole lives, and this day is a great day for the citizens and people of Oceanside, people who call Oceanside home or whatever it may be, and thank you very much for making it happen.
Nice joke, Ozzy Kirch. Wasn't prepared to say anything tonight, but I've worked alongside these guys for 20 or so years, and they're all great people, and the Oceanside surfing community is awesome, and we're just happy to be a part of it, and we thank you guys. Hi, my name is Mitch Absher. I do two companies. One's called Captain's Inn, and the other is Captain's Home here in Oceanside. And actually, my first job was here when I was 14 years old with working at Donald Takayama Surfboards. And you know, it's an honor to be able to have two businesses here and be a part of this amazing community. And it is by far one of the best places that I've ever been and been a part of. And I have many friends around the world that come here, and they're always amazed at the community and just the waves and what this place has to offer. So thank you for recognizing us. We appreciate it.
My name is Rick Hall. I'm the treasurer of the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club. I was born here in 47. My family moved to Vista in 52, but Oceanside's always been part of our life. And I'm going to turn it over to our vice president, and he can make a presentation. Okay, thanks, Ed.
Thank you, Mary Wood, and council members for the invitation to speak in honor of the proclamation of Oceanside Surfing Day today, the 25th of June. My name is Ben Cosby Jr. I'm the vice president of the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club, member for 12 years. The Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club wishes to say thanks for recognizing surfing and our surf club as an integral part in Oceanside's diverse beach community. As a surfing club, our members are vested in our community. We have lawyers, accountants, home builders, firemen, lifeguards, surfboard shapers, students, doctors, nurses, computer technicians, artists, and world-renowned filmmakers, musicians, landscapers, teachers. My own wife is a veterinarian in Oceanside, the San Diego Humane Society. Our surf club was founded by surfing legends like L.J. Richards, Phil Edwards, Donald Takayama, Skydog, and the list goes on. All our members have a passion and dedication to the ocean and our community. As a 501c3 nonprofit organization, the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club is committed to fostering the amateur sport of surfing, with emphasis on good sportsmanship and citizenship, promoting ocean awareness and conservation of our coastal environment. We strive to better the city of Oceanside and to preserve the jewel of Oceanside, our ocean and beaches. We support our community by donating the process of our annual surfing competition, a 3-day event held at the Pier and Branch Show, to organizations like the California Surf Museum in Oceanside, El Camino, and Oceanside High School surf teams, and the Scholastic Surfing Series tournaments for junior and high school students. This year marks the 30th annual Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club Surf Contest and Beach Festival. We anticipate record-breaking participation from our surfing coalition partners throughout California, Hawaii, throughout the United States, Europe, Australia, and beyond. Our event is one of the largest on the West Coast, and the financial gain from tourism to the surrounding businesses is substantial every year. We feel we bring economic and visual prosperity to our wonderful city. As we are recognizing our contribution to the city, we would also like to recognize you, the mayor and council, and call on you to continue the good stewardship you are showing to Oceanside's precious jewel of the ocean and beaches. And the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club looks forward to fostering our relationship with the city. And as a token of our appreciation, we present Mayor Wood and the council with his hand-carved award. Got the Oceanside logo on it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elisa Morgan, and I am with the Oceanside Longboard Club. I've been here as well 12 years. I'm also wearing a second hat today. I'm on the board of directors for the California Surf Museum. I forgot the CSM hat, but on behalf of the California Surf Museum as well, I would like to say thank you so much to the City Council for your continued support of our fabulous city, the surfing, and man, what a great place to live. Great.
Hi, I'm Carlos Garcia. I'm a photographer and part-time surfer for the Oceanside Longboard Surf Club. I'm a terrible surfer, but I'm a better photographer. What I wanted to say is, just briefly, August 1st to the 3rd will be the Oceanside Longboard Surf Club contest that we're going to be holding here. Lots of you folks out there. And also August 8th to the 11th, I believe, will be the Supergirls Pro contest. If you haven't seen those, folks, you ought to come on out and give them a look-see. Bring your cameras and take plenty of pictures. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Haley Hagerstone. I'm the chapter manager of the Surfrider Foundation in San Diego County chapter, and we're honored to be here today. For those of you that don't know, the Surfrider Foundation is a grassroots environmental organization, and our mission is protecting and enjoying our world's oceans, waves, and beaches. The San Diego chapter was started in 1991. It is actually one of the largest chapters in the world. We protect 70 miles of coastline from Camp Pendleton to the U.S.-Mexico border, so we have our work cut out for us. But one of the things we do here in Oceanside is every month on the first Saturday of the month from 9 until 11, we do beach cleanup at the pier. So I encourage you guys to come out and help us keep Oceanside beautiful.
Hi, my name is John Corning. I'm a landscape contractor with Kelly Green Native Landscaping, and I'm involved with Surfrider Oceanside and Gardens Committee. And I want to thank Zach Beck for allowing me to be here today and with this proclamation. And yeah, Ocean Friendly Gardens is a program set up where we renovate a landscape in Oceanside, which we have done last year, which has zero runoff into the storm drains, which pollute the oceans, and use plants that naturalize the environment at low water use. And so we're hoping that will be more of a trend in the future. And just thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Well, great. We just wanted to thank everyone for attending, for each individual being here. It's an honor to be able to have the surfing community recognized. And on a bigger note, just want to thank everyone for being able to listen to what's transpiring in the surfing community. At this time, we're going to take a photo as a group, and then we'll carry on with the rest of the evening's festivities.
That's where it's from. Thank you very much.
At this time, we'd like to call forward Kathy Michael.
Kathy, where are you at?
Honorable Mayor, council members, viewing public, and attendees. My name is Kathy Michael. I work with Main Street Oceanside, and I'm here to talk about Independence Week. So, everybody asks me why I love the parade. Anywhere in America you can find an Independence Day parade or a 2-hour parade that has just about everything. So, it's a 2-hour parade that's been going on. This will be our 126th year for a parade. Oceansideparade.com is the website. I do want to thank a lot of people. I could list how many there are that have helped with the parade throughout the years. But it starts at 10 a.m. 2 weeks ago I had about 95 participating groups, and now I'm up to almost 120 participating groups. So another fabulous parade. We want to thank, of course, Tri-City Medical Center as being our sponsor for this year. Mossy Nissan and KOCT will be doing the televising on our own channel, Oceanside channel, KOCT. It starts at 10 a.m. We start out with, of course, the banner, children, Escondido mounted posse horses carrying our flags. There's marching bands, there's scouts, churches, floats, all sorts of things. So we want you to come down, dress up in your red, white, and blue, and bring your chair. Oceanside Parks, the Friends of Oceanside Parks and Rec is handing out flags that day. And of course, we also want to thank our biggest supporter and our biggest partner, which is the City of Oceanside, because they help us out with closing the streets, making sure that all the things are done safely, and they've been there every time we had a question. So we do want to thank everybody for that. That is on the 28th, always held the Saturday prior to the 4th of July, 10 a.m. again, oceansideparade.com. Continuing with that week, we have the Sunset Market on Thursday, July 3rd. Followed by, on our city's anniversary, the fireworks in the middle of our city. It can be seen at any area off of Rancho Valero. Of course, information about that is on the city website. Please go there so that you know about the road closures, but that is at 9 p.m. in the middle of our city at All Close Zone on the city anniversary. So please enjoy that. And then, of course, on the 4th of July, we do have extended beach services down at the beach that day on the 4th, and then the Samoan Festival on the 5th and the 6th. All this information is on our website, MainStreetOceanside.com, and also on the city website, special events. So I hope to see you there. And I also want to thank, because I always forget to do this, we have over 100 volunteers, which I'm meeting with in a few minutes, that help us out every year with the parade. And I just want to thank them ahead of time, because in the next 3 days I'll look a little crazy, but happy. So I'll see you all at the parade.
At this time, I'd like to call forward the following individuals from the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. Chairman of the Board, Don Reedy. Board Member C.C. Haas. CEO David Nydegger. And valued Oceanside business owner Christopher Rodriguez of Maximum Mortgage.
Hi, everybody. We're here. Is this working? Yeah. Hi, everybody. We're here tonight to honor another business person from on behalf of the mayor. So I'm going to introduce you to Christopher Rodriguez. He's the CEO and president of Maximum Mortgage and Real Estate. He is one of the 40, doesn't matter, Hispanic real estate leaders in the nation. He was born in Chicago, traveled around quite a bit. Chris is a U.S. Marine combat veteran. He was awarded the Purple Heart for his actions for us in Iraq. When he came back from the service, he set up business, his real estate business here in Oceanside, and he's an example of what I see happening everywhere, which is he's even kicked it up. He moved his office, which was pretty nice, to right downtown on Tremont and Mission, right across from the theater. You can't miss it. He's done a beautiful job. The outside of the building looks fabulous. Inside, he's got some of the best people around. He wanted me to invite you to come, stop by, shake his hand, tell stories, whatever you'd like to do, maybe even buy a house. Chris and his beautiful wife Denise and 6 children, they're very active in the community. They serve and have just given so much. I can tell you personally. They also work at what's the group? Year Up, thank you very much, which is a group that gets together and helps kids in high school really gear up and help them make a decision about moving on to perhaps junior college or college. So their heart's really in the community. And one of the things that Chris is leading up right now on behalf of the Chamber is our Latino business community. And that's something that we really have lacked, and Chris stepped up a couple of years ago. You know, we have, just like you saw with the surfer community here, we have so many small businesses that make this such a fabulous community. A lot of those businesses are Hispanic, and we discovered at the Chamber that, you know, we perhaps are underserving them, and we've really started to make an effort over the last couple of years to make that better. So Chris is leading up a group with city leaders and business people, the education community, to really assist those businesses to educationally in leadership roles and just general networking. So it's really been an honor to have worked thus far with Chris, and I'm really looking forward to working further with you.
Chris, I know that David will want to say something too, but I just want to say, having worked with you on the board of directors and at the Chamber, and having seen you serve the Chamber and the City of Oceanside so faithfully, we would like to present to you this token of our appreciation.
Chris, when he first came into the Chamber, hit the ground running, and he hasn't stopped. So we really appreciate all of your efforts, everything you've done for us, and as Don so eloquently mentioned, you're doing a lot in the community, and keep it up. Thank you very, very much.
It is an honor to be here this evening, and I just thank you all for your support. Thank you, Don. Thank you, guys. And I just want to thank the city and the Oceanside Chamber for all they do for business here in the city of Oceanside.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you that we crammed a lot of stuff onto this agenda because we don't have anything in July. I apologize, but we tried to get it done. One more presentation, I believe, and then we'll get back to the council meeting. Thank you.
At this time, we are Fire Chief Gary Hubert and Police Chief Doug McCurry. Please come forward.
Mr. Mayor and council members, it's an honor to be here tonight, and it's appropriate to actually follow the whole surfing group because we have a presentation that has to do with the ocean. But the police department and fire department have been working very hard on protecting the city, especially when it becomes time for disasters or for hazards that are just happen to occur based upon nature. So tonight, we get a chance to recognize some of our folks, and we have the National Weather Service here tonight. In fact, the director of NOAA, Tsunami Readiness, flew all the way from Washington, D.C. for this presentation. So I'm going to invite that group up here. Come on up, guys. Next, I wanted to introduce our staff, who's going to be recognized for the work that they've poured into this program. First, Battalion Chief Felipe Rodriguez. Captain Bill Curtis, come on down. And then I have two volunteers, Don Kaiser and Mike Powers. Come on down. And I'm going to spare all the lifeguards, but I know that they worked hard, but their boss asked I didn't have them come down here because they like to stand in the back and look really important. So everybody turn around and at least wave to those fine men. Before I turn the mic over, there is one other individual that couldn't be here tonight that I need to say a shout out to, and that's retired Battalion Chief Joe Urban, who poured a whole lot of time into making this happen. And it did take a lot of time. There's not a lot of cities that are tsunami ready in the area. We are one of those cities, and we did a lot of work. The chances of tsunami hitting Oceanside are very slim, but they are possible, so we want to make sure that we were prepared. And that's one of the recognition sides. The other is monitoring the rip tides that occur in Oceanside, and our lifeguards have been very diligent in reporting those to the National Weather Center, who keeps a database and tracks those rip tides so that we can inform our visitors and our public on the hazards that exist in those particular areas. So with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Michael Engler.
Okay. So thanks, Chief, for softening the blow there. You know, I was listening to the great deal on the surfing, and I'm like, oh great, so I get to be the one that tells them that not everything in the water is fun. And so, but I think that and of all the unfun things, tsunami maybe is at the top of the list. They come out of nowhere. You get no advance warning, and I don't have to tell you the destruction that you've seen on the major tsunamis that we've had around the world. But today, I think we make we turn that into a good news story. Okay, and so my name is Mike Anger. I'm the director of the NOAA Tsunami Program back in Washington, D.C. I'm here with Alex Tardy, as the warning coordination meteorologist, the forecast officer in San Diego, as well as Rich Pearson, who's the meteorologist. I can't even say that. I'm a tsunami person in charge there. And you don't have to take my word for it that the nation thinks that tsunami readiness in vulnerable communities is important. The U.S. Congress appropriates over $20 million a year in order to deal with the tsunami threat just in the United States. Okay, so that means I have to think about our warning centers in Palmer, Alaska, and Honolulu, Hawaii, about our modeling efforts, the sensing capabilities that we have around the globe, because these things happen all over the place. There's a lot we can do. But one thing we can't do is make sure that the people that live in the threatened areas know what to do. You have to do that. And it's not easy. Okay, that means you have to know evacuation routes. You got to do the detailed planning there. You have to have the detailed modeling data that shows you just how that tsunami wave, and it's not storm surge and these other things, but how the tsunami wave is going to impact areas. Okay, you've got to know if you need to vertically evacuate. You've got to have alert networks up, whether they be sirens or other ways of alerting people what to do. And most of all, you can't think about this when it's happening. You've got to know what to do before it hits. So it's that outreach piece, that education, and it's a day-to-day basis that really delivers that. And so I get to go back to Capitol Hill tomorrow and talk about this great, another designation of a tsunami-ready community, because frankly, that's all they asked me, in terms of measuring this capability. But I know it's here, and that's why I'm here and supporting Alex and that group, because if you don't do it, it just doesn't happen. And so, congratulations, well done, and we will continue to support you as you maintain this designation from now on into the future. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Now, this is nowhere as cool as a chartreuse autographed by Kelly Slater. I don't know where he got that. Thanks for that, by the way, whoever he is. But so here are some tsunami-ready posters. Oh my goodness! And I'm not a riptide expert. I'm sorry, and I know a lot of this is about your work in riptide also. But I did get our riptide person to give me some riptide material there. Those are whistles and some stickers.
Well, I think so. Our fire chiefs.
Absolutely.
And our police chiefs, because they're the ones that made this all happen.
So don't say this. Don't say the federal government never gave you nothing. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, and thank you very much for coming. Exactly, yeah. But we also are going to give you great weather forecasts.
Because that's the other thing our office does is beyond the tsunami forecasting is regular forecasting for surf waves and with foul weather conditions and so on and so forth that occur here in the San Diego area, Oceanside area occasionally, and hopefully not very often, although I think all of us would like a little extra rain if we could get it. So we'll see what we can do about that next winter in the wet season. But my office is responsible for forecasting up and down the coast and inland for several miles, all of San Diego County, and we really greatly appreciate the help that we get in the way of data and other information that we get from you guys, the lifeguards. They take weather observations for us, ocean observations, and it really helps us making great weather forecasts. And the guy that really helps do all the outreach work is Alex, who works in my office. Fantastic work, Alex, and helping these folks get ready and be prepared. Thank you.
I'm sorry, if I could please invite Lieutenant Carol Lager, who does a lot of work for the police department on this issue for us, if she could come down here, please.
First off, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for the delay. Like I said, we kind of get everything packed into one council meeting because this is our last one until August. So it's a while. So I thank you for the kindness of letting me sit around and listen to all these. But these are great presentations for the city of Oceanside. With that, Mr. Clerk, I want to do something here for Mr. Kern's presentations, if I may.
Number 29.
29?
29, yes. Number 29 is approval of a memorandum of understanding with the Veterans Association of North County to provide a capital funding match for Phase 3 construction at the city-owned building located at 1617 Mission Avenue, and authorization for the city manager to execute the MOU.
Thank you. Who's Mr. Kern?
This is Mr. Jepson's line.
Okay, good.
Mayor and Council Member Steve Jepson, City Manager. The item before you is to approve a memorandum of understanding between the City of Oceanside and the Veterans Association of North County to provide a $600,000 match grant, which will result in the $1.2 million necessary to complete the Veterans facility where the old police station is in Oceanside. The agreement provides matching funds, as I said, up to $600,000 in $25,000 increments. and it requests that the grant agreement be completed by December of next year. With that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and I believe there are people here with Vance who can address any questions you may have regarding the phasing of this project.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. I'll have public on.
Yes, we have public on this item. First, we have Linda Walshaw.
Hi, Linda. How are you?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Linda Walshaw. I'm the Vice President of Action, the Alliance of Citizens to Improve Oceanside Neighborhoods. I represent the manufactured home communities. Our president is Dana Corso. She could not be here this evening. First, I would like to commend the Council for their donation this evening to the Veterans Center. We owe our veterans a great debt of gratitude and for their service, and should do all we can to support them. Oceanside is a military town, and we have many retired veterans who live in our city. Approximately 40% of our population are seniors, retirees, veterans, and disabled persons. While we applaud the city's support of the Veterans Center, we are here to remind Oceanside voters that 3 members of this council, Mr. Kern, Mr. Feller, and Mr. Feline, ignored the pleas of over 700 veterans and their heirs by attempting to end their rent protections in Oceanside's 19 manufactured home communities in 2012. These veterans own their homes and rely on fixed rent increases to remain in their homes that they purchased. After retirement, over 100 veterans attended one council meeting to plead for their homes. They were ignored. Not only did Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline and Mr. Feller vote to end their rent protections, but they also ignored the 15,484 voters who passed a referendum to overturn it. They then spent over $250,000 of your tax money to hold a special election, putting these seniors and veterans through months of uncertainty and fear. Proposition E was then defeated 2-1. Mobile home park owners are major campaign contributors to Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline. They are up for re-election in November. Please remember what they've put our seniors and veterans through. We are the Alliance of Citizens to Improve Oceanside Neighborhoods, ACTION for short. Our next meeting is July the 20th, 2014. That's a Sunday at 2 p.m. at Rancho San Luis Rey Mobile Home Park. That's 200 North El Camino Real in Clubhouse 2. The public is welcome. We would especially like our veterans to attend and anyone who supports their interests and those of our other communities. Please vote out Mr. Kern and Mr. Feline in 2014. Thank you.
Next we have Marie Poliferi.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Marie Poliferi. We have a 221 El Camino Real in Oceanside. And I just want to remind everyone that money does not pay for respect. The actions of this council majority has been embarrassing, stripping the most popular voted mayor of restricted duties, and now attempting to be concerned about veterans by attendance and money for completion of their building. I say hold on to the money and gather up volunteers to finish the job with their sweat hours. Thank you.
One question for Dwayne Jones and Mark Cortea. Do you hear Dwayne Jones and Mark Cortea? Are you guys speaking on this item or public communication off agenda? It wasn't specific to the veterans? Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Then we have no other public on this item.
Thank you, sir. Here, I'm looking here. Mr. Jefferson, okay.
No other comments, okay?
No, no more
Thank you, council. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is, with all due honor, respect, and pride that I move approval of this. I think that veterans have given so much to not only the country, but this community. This has been a labor of love, I know, from many people. I want to thank the mayor for being part of the leadership in moving this forward from the very beginning, in having his place where he pretty much worked for most of his 31 years as a police officer, to become this wonderful veteran center for the North County. There is no better place for this to be than in Oceanside, so I'm going to move approval, and just very proud of you all. Thank you.
Thank you. And a motion, second? Second. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I actually put this item on the agenda last time because I've been working with the Veterans Association for quite a while to get this building done. And then I think we can get it done within a year. My next item is actually going to be well on that way to help them, and we'll bring them up later. But the idea that, you know, Jack Feller and I are the two veterans on the council, and we understand what it takes to get veterans back to work and what it takes for them to get transitional housing and all those things that, you know, they fully deserve. And so I think it's very important that we do this. That's the reason I brought it forward, and that's the reason that I appreciate the council's support on this item. And I think we will actually get this built and hopefully have a ribbon cutting by October of next year. Thank you.
Councilor Feller, please.
Thank you. I just want to comment. This is absolutely a great contribution to the community. What Chuck Atkins and Sandra and the whole organization have been doing over there. You know, literally putting together a puzzle that has taken a lot of years to come together. To me, it's something that I know we all want to see happen sooner rather than later, and most of all in a happy frame of mind. So have a great time finishing this building. Thanks.
Councilor Swain, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to support again Councilman Kern's item and thank him again for bringing this forward. Oceanside is a military town, and I think it's important we do everything we can to help the veterans in our community coming back from the ravages of the war, and then in addition to coming back into the worst economic recovery in the history of our country, makes the transition in the civilian world especially challenging during these years. And so I think this Veteran Center, once it's completed, we'll be able to provide extremely valuable services to our community, and I'm happy to do whatever we can here as a city to get it completed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Please, Rick.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you. Your item next. Thank you. With that, Mr. Clerk, item 40, please.
Yes, item number 40 is a request by Councilor Kern to recognize the Walmart Foundation in presenting a check for $25,000 to the Veterans Association of Worth County.
Thank you. Walmart's been operating in our city since 1995, nearly 20 years. During that time, the company has grown and diversified its products, offering to meet shoppers' needs. They opened up a new neighborhood market in what was basically a food desert down here downtown. Very well appreciated by the neighbors down here. In addition, the work Walmart has done to serve its customers has done great
job in serving the entire community. In 2011, they helped me rebuild all the signs on Mesa Drive for the Martin Luther King Memorial. Walmart stepped up first in that thing and gave $5,000 for that to restore that artwork and to honor Dr. King and to replace some of the missing monuments that were out there. Our local schools have benefited, in-kind donations. Last year, the company announced its Veterans Welcome Home commitment, a program through which Walmart guarantees a job offer to any honorably discharged veteran within his first or her first 12 months of active duty. Actually, when Walmart set up the neighborhood market, their hiring center was actually in the Veterans the Vance building down in the valley. Down on Mission Avenue. So they had that connection with Vance actually started a long time ago, and it's actually gone both ways. The company recently announced that during its first year, it hired more than 42,000 veterans, and including 1,800 here in California. So they're putting their money where their mouth is. They're actually helping veterans. I hope this commitment will show you some perspective of what you're going to do. And with that, I would like to bring up Matt Fiskus. Chuck, Sandra, you come up, and any of the other veterans that you want to bring up so we can do this. So one of the things I really like to emphasize, both of them, and you get the big check. So the idea that this is what we did tonight, the $600,000 grant. This is one of the first commitments to that. So right tonight, we're well on our way to complete the project that the council has endorsed to finish the Vance building. And I can't thank Walmart enough. And actually, Chuck and Sandra is the heart and soul of the Vance community. And I'd really like to appreciate them because they put a lot of time and effort in this, and we're really going to get it done. So thanks. I'd like to hand this to Sandra or Chuck. Chuck first.
I'd like to ask all the volunteers, but we are a volunteer organization, to come down and be a part of this picture, please. All of the volunteers, Jacques, Barbara, Jim, everybody. Come on. Okay. We'd like to thank Walmart for all the support, that they've given us over the past year and a half with the Vance building. Plus, as Councilman Kern said, they brought in their recruitment into our facility so we could hire members in the community as well as veterans. And it was a good marriage that we did to make that happen. Everybody's a winner. Walmart was a winner, Vance was a winner, and the veterans who got jobs were a winner. And we thank Walmart for all the support they've given us during this time to help the veterans to have a better way of life. And we really appreciate them stepping up to the plate and helping us. Since we had the article that was in the paper regarding this $600,000 grant matching, we've had great support from the community and surrounding area. We've had $50,000 come down from Walmart. Wells Fargo. $100,000 came down from the Howard Charity Foundation. Two of the member organizations of our own, the individual members came up and gave us $10,000 each. So there's been a lot of support throughout the community in our membership, and the City Council. We really appreciate what they've done, and also Walmart. Thank you very much.
Well, good evening. I'm the store manager at the College Boulevard Walmart, and it's an honor to work for Walmart and really focus on giving back to the community. You know, as a company, we're a global company, but our founder Sam always believes we have to serve the communities that we're in, and we have to give back to the communities we're in. So it's an honor to be up here, excellent organization, and look forward to years of commitment to us, partnering with them and supporting and moving forward. So thank you.
I just want to add a little bit about Walmart's commitment to veterans. You never hear them tooting their own horn about all the different things that they do. Each store in this North County area has contributed monies to our Career Transition Assistance Program as we assist those who are departing the military find jobs. They did set up their hiring process in our building for the new Mission Avenue across from the Oceanside High School, their hiring facility. Out of about 68 people that they hired, 13 were veterans, and they continue to hire veterans. Those are the things that, again, we never hear, and it's very important to say it because they put so much money back in here. I know we discussed how much money is generated through their companies, but they do put it back into the community. I also want to say Veterans Association of North County is an all-volunteer organization. It always has been throughout its whole existence. That is the strategy plan for us in the future. And basically, these are the volunteers that come to us. Veterans, non-veterans, old, young. I'm saving some of those requirements myself here really quickly. But basically, please know that everything you see happening in that building that goes on is true volunteerism. We welcome your volunteerism and your participation. We're an open organization. You can always come and visit, and we invite you to do that. And because of this community, we have a facility that is setting the model for the rest of this county, for the state, and for the nation. We want to be copied. We want people to come and steal our idea and shut the vision of having a one-stop resource center. We now have Interfaith Service in the front with us, providing all of their services, and other organizations waiting to come and serve. That's how all of this works. It's bridging our veterans to any service that they need. So in that, we invite you in any capacity. If it's an hour, if it's 2, if it's half an hour, it's all valuable to us, and we appreciate everything that the city has done for us, especially as veterans. It's really wonderful to know that your community cares about you and welcomes you home. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. We really appreciate it. We always appreciate all the work that Vance has done. One of the things that people must realize that in the North County, we're talking about from Encinitas to Camp Pendleton, from Oceanside to Escondido, there's the highest concentration of veterans than any place else in the nation. So we have a very high number of veterans in this area that need a lot of help. If you've seen what's happening in the VA lately, they need advocates. They need people to actually help them in the process, and Vance can fill that role. So thank you. So I guess you get run to the bank and cash the big check. Thank you. Good job. Mr. Clerk, I'd like you to go back to item number 28. Yep.
Yes, item number 28 is adoption of a resolution amending the Transnet Local Street Improvement Program of projects for fiscal years 2015 through 2019.
Hey, Gary, how are you? Sorry if that's just so late.
I'll just take a moment to aim the camera a little bit. How do you do it? Can you bring it up closer?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Item 28 is the annual approval of...
More mic for us, I can't hear you that well, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, is approval of our Transnet program. This is a 5-year roll ahead that we reapprove every year. As opposed to the budget, which was recently approved, which is our spending plan, this is more of a planning document where we look up to SANDAG. Money we program in this process through the resolution allows SANDAG then to remit funds on request as we spend for these projects. And the list is on the board. Some money to finish first the Lomwalka Creek basins. Sidewalk and slurry seal, that's sidewalk repair project and slurry sealing residential streets. The street overlay program, which the City Council previously approved earlier this evening, a contract for the coming year. Continuing additions to the Traffic Management Center, additional signals there. A program managed by SANDAG to do a median improvement on Wisconsin Street, the planning studies, corridor studies for Coast Highway, and access at Ocean Ranch and Rancho Dorado Boulevard into the Alcora Zone site. Various bike master plan projects, bike safety projects, road safety striping projects, ADA access projects, road culvert projects, and railroad safety projects related to the quiet zone. And so this is the body of programs that, with the council's approval, will be submitted to SANDAG as our planning document, and they in turn roll this up with all the similar programs from other cities in the county, and it is adopted as the regional transportation improvement plan. I'll stop at this moment and be open to questions.
Very good. Have a seat sidebar, please, and ascertain public.
No public on this item.
Back to the council, Deputy Mayor, your light.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sure wish that we had more in here for bicycle friendly and pedestrian friendly, but I will move adoption and hope that will be an added kind of emphasis and focus in near term. Thank you.
Have a second? I'll second. Second, thank you very much. Councilmember Kern, please. Thank you. I just have one quick question on the Wisconsin Street median. I know when we talk about quiet zones, one of the things we have to do is separate the roads for that. Is that part of that? The quiet zone, or is that something?
Yes, Councilman Kern, it's broken out separately only because this is a project done as part of the low sand project, so we're paying SANDAG to build that one improvement for us, but it's the same thing as the other, same kind of improvements as the other quiet zone projects which are funded, what's shown at the very bottom.
Oh, okay.
That's the only difference.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that because I know when we look at the presentations on quiet zones, the things that they're going to have is the separation of streets, so people can't drive around.
Exactly. Yes, there are a series of projects to extend the arms over sidewalks, extend medians to prevent cars from jumping the wrong way.
Okay, thank you. There were lights on. Okay, please vote.
Motion approved 5-0.
Council, Mr. Clerk, you don't have to, but closed session report from our city attorney, please.
Thank you. The City Council met in closed session to discuss the following items. Item 1, conference with labor negotiator involving the Oceanside Police Officers Association, non-sworn, the Oceanside Firefighters Association, and the unrepresented employees. There's no action to report. Item 2, conference with real estate negotiator. Item 2A, the 4.86 acres at the northeast corner of Rancho Del Oro Drive and Oceanside Boulevard. Negotiating parties, City of Oceanside and RDO, and a real estate group. Under the negotiations are price and terms for the sale of the property, and there's no action to report. Item 2B, conference with real estate negotiator involving the 1.82 acres at the intersection of North Pacific Street and Harbor Drive South. Negotiating parties, the Oceanside Small Craft Harbor District and the Marina Del Mar Homeowners Association. Under negotiations are price and terms for the lease of the property. Again, no action to report. Item 2C, conference involving real estate negotiator for the property bounded by Pacific Street, Meyer Street, Seagate Drive, Civic Center Drive. Negotiating parties, SD Malcolm Properties and the city. Under negotiations are price and terms for the disposition of the property. Again, no action to report, although all three items, 2A, B, and C, were discussed. Finally, item 3, conference with legal counsel involving pending litigation in the matters of Friends of Lomalta Creek versus City of Oceanside and Dunnex Inc. Cavalier Mobile Estate versus City of Oceanside. Both items were discussed, but there's no reportable action under the Brown Act.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, public communication off agenda.
Yes, members of the public wish to speak on off-agenda items. First, we have David Terrell.
Ladies and gentlemen, also, we have an item that probably most of you are here. That's up next, item number 39, but with public communication now.
Next, we have Chuck McVeigh.
I hope everyone can hear me because I had trouble hearing everyone here tonight. I'll try to speak a little louder. My name is Chuck McVeigh. I live at 200 North El Camino Real, Oceanside. Mayor Woods, Deputy Mayor Sanchez, Council members Kern and Feline, and all who hear my voice. Water is our lifeline. It is our most essential and scarce element that keeps us alive. We have been in a drought for 14 years, nearly unrivaled in 1,250 years. That's a long time. We are depleting our water supply rapidly and doing it faster every day with the influx of new residents and businesses. Experts believe the current drought is only the harbinger of a new dry era. California cannot supply enough water for our needs. We import water from the Colorado River, as do 6 other states. Reclamation officers say there is a 50-50 chance that by 2015, Lake Mead's water will be rationed to the states. Downstream, California is one of those states. This has never happened before. Oceanside desalts water from the San Luis Rey River and aquifers to supplement our water supply. 2013 was the driest year in California. Experts say 2014 could be the driest water year in 500 years. 2 prior droughts lasted 100 to 200 years. I find it hard to believe that council members Kern and Feline supported building the Gregory Canyon landfill right next to this river. The garbage dump can and will leak who knows what kind of toxic material into the river and aquifer that Oceanside now gets our water from. And due to the contamination from this dump, we'll have to cease getting water from that source. Prior mayors and council members opposed the building of this dump on 3 separate occasions. Now Kern and Feline want to reverse those wise mayors and council members' opposition to this. Kern says his justification is he listens to the voters. The voters he's referring to are voters countywide who will not be affected as Oceanside will be. Why wouldn't they vote for it to be in this section? They don't care as long as it's in our backyard and not about theirs. Our county supervisors, except Horn, also opposes this dump. Oceanside residents are not against building a landfill. It's just the location because it will contaminate the river.
and aquifer, thus depriving us from the water we all desperately need. There are many other sites that would be acceptable to all except the greedy who want to make a profit at anyone's expense except their own. If Kern and Feline cannot see or understand the dire consequences of building this dump, they're not qualified to represent us as council members. For those of you who don't know what the phrase yellow dog means, it was a saying years ago, and it said, I will vote for a yellow dog if it is a Democrat. I ask all of you to join me in another phrase. I will vote for any dog who is running against Kern and Feline. Let's dump Kern and Feline in November 2014. I thank you for listening to me, and God bless America and Oceanside.
Next we have Maria Russell.
Good evening, Mayor Wood and City Council members. My name is Maria Russell. I'm the former Eastside Neighborhood Association president and a 13-year resident of Oceanside. I'm the mother of twin boys, Jesse and Douglas, ages 14. Jesse is my special needs child who has the mentality of a 2-year-old. Last Friday, Jesse accidentally poked his right eye out of his eye socket. My son Douglas was at home at the time and tried to navigate through the situation the best he could, while my husband Clint from work was instructing my son and simultaneously calling 911. Within 4 minutes, OPD was knocking at my door, and shortly after, the paramedics arrived. As a mother, your family is everything, and to know that our first responders are the best gives families confidence that their loved ones are in good hands. I know that Councilman Kern and Councilman Feline are strong advocates of outsourcing, and I do understand that balancing the city budget is very important, but not on the backs of Oceanside residents. As we approach the November elections, I realize we need to move forward and stop the dysfunction, the bipartisan divide. I urge everyone to get involved, come out and vote. It makes a difference. Thank you.
Next we have Senator Green.
Good evening, Mayor. Hello, my name is Tim Broom, and this makes the 4th time that I'm here to talk to you about Oceanside Airport. Tonight I'm here to talk to you about the latest safety incident. The Eastside Oceanside Airport Subcommittee issued a formal written complaint to the FAA regarding an aircraft flying below 100 feet in proximity to a home here. That complaint and the FAA's response has already been sent to your offices over a week ago. Not one of you has replied. The aircraft pilot in question has a long history with Oceanside Airport. He has been using the facility for 25 years and, according to him, uses the airport nearly every weekend. He stated to me on a phone call Monday that he was indeed aware of the noise abatement procedures outlined by the airport. We had filed 3 formal complaints with the FAA against this pilot, citing apparent lack of safety. In these incidents, lack of altitude and proximity to residences played a major role in our complaints. APV, the airport management contractor that the city has hired to regulate the airport, has done nothing to rectify this. 1 week after the incident, I received a brief email stating the incident was under investigation. I was very happy to hear that because the FAA and EOS had already closed this out days before. APV still allows this pilot, who's not itinerant and is a frequent user of the facility, to use the airport. This is placing residents of Oceanside as well as the pilot of this aircraft at great risk. My suggestions to APV Airport Management 3 years ago were as follows. Create a liaison position with the community to address and resolve all complaints. Create a system measuring safety and ensuring pilot adherence to noise abatement when possible. Provide a metric for compliance and publish this. Create a safety-conscious environment at the airport. Remove the privilege to use the airport for repeat offenders. Change the overall environment at the airport from adversarial to that of being a good neighbor to the residents of the city. Further, only 2 of our 500 complaints that were submitted last December have been responded to. We have an additional 200 complaints for this year waiting yet to be filed. When are we going to get to work on this? I have, and the FAA has too. They've been very cooperative with us, and I want to thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Diane Strader.
Good evening. I'm Diane from the East Side neighborhood. I am now the Vice President of the East Side Neighborhood Association, and I thank you, Mayor Wood, and all the council members for allowing me to speak. Let me get my notes here. First of all, I would just like to say I'm not going to speak to this because you'll hear lots of speakers. I'm in support of what NCPC will be saying tonight, so I just want to go on record with that. And you'll see a lot of these little tags, and those are all the people that are in support of the NCPC position. But what I'm wondering was, when I was talking about town heights, I was hoping that the president of the neighborhood association, Christina, would have been here, but I know she was a little concerned about the fact that she doesn't speak English. But I did want to support what they want to do. The East Side very much wants to support the Crown Heights area in their fledgling attempts to organize and get things done in their neighborhood. And I have 2 things I'd like to mention to them. One is, especially after I saw the amount of money that we're giving to different organizations in different areas, I'm hoping that the council will direct staff to investigate the cost and the way to do is to put a light between the walkway at the corner of Division and street off of the post office. There's a street that goes by and then Division. There's a corner there that is dark, full of weeds, and many of the people who have spoken with and who have spoken with me have said that they have been not mugged, but terrorized. People have jumped out of those bushes and all that stuff. They did go and try and get a light to put in there, and they were told it was impossible. I don't believe anything's really truly impossible, and so I'd like the city to please investigate this. I don't care if you use solar, flashlights, whatever, get some light there for them. And the second thing I would like to do is have along the division right behind the high school a pole with canisters for doggy bags. They will supply the bags, and a huge trash can so people who are walking their dogs can pick up their dog's waste and dispose of it so that the stench, literally stench, along that neighborhood can be cleaned up. Anything we can do to help this neighborhood take responsibility for their own neighborhood, I think we as a council members, we on the East Side want to support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next we have the Barbara on the Reach program, just to communicate.
Come on up. There's 2 podiums. If you want something for the camera, you've got to put it here and look up there and make sure it's right.
Council members, Mayor,
My name is Salomon. I am with Vista Community Clinic, Valderrama Reach. And I brought a couple students with me. I also have Jimmy here, who's from Libby Lake. We just came here to thank you for the support that you guys have given us as far as funding goes. So many support you guys have given us. We've seen some of you guys out there in the community. And some of these students have brought a letter or a little speech they prepared for you guys, and thank you for all the support that you've given us.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, my name is Blanca Castellanos. I'm 15 years old. I'm fairly new to the program, but so far I really like this program because it is very helpful in many ways. For example, they help us with our homework and they tell us to make decisions in life. This is a very unique program because not only is it educative, but it's also very fun, and we're all one big family. I truly would like to thank all those people who support the program because without them we wouldn't be where we are right now. This program is really important to me because I would rather be here than be out there wasting my time with friends who are not always the best influence on me. This program, I could express who I really am without being afraid of getting judged. Once again, I would like to thank everybody who has supported us, but especially the city of Oceanside, who provided the resources and gave me the opportunity to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name
is pull the mic up for you, a little taller.
Hello, my name is Ulysses Guzman, and I am 16 years old. I came from Mexico about a year ago, and during that year I started coming to the Valderrama Reach program. I have really low grades, and with the help of the staff, I improved my grades. This program is really helpful to other kids out there because they help you with your homework and help you make good decisions in life. When you come to this program, there is a lot of people you know, but then you get to know them and they become really good friends. This is a great place to be at. I would like to thank everybody that has helped this program to keep going, because without them we won't have enough money for American politics, like school materials. Once again, this amazing program, and I am very proud to be in it.
Thank you.
We also have two students from Project Reach Libby Lake that also want to thank you guys.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi. Hello, my name is Jose Alpazan. I'm 13 years old. We're going to attend Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School again in August as an 8th grader. And I've been attending Reach for over a year now. And I believe we've done a big impact in our community, not only by cleaning up our streets and our parks, but also by having community events to bring our community closer. And I also believe we should be is a safe haven from all the problems outside of Reach, from violence and drugs to anything that could possibly harm us out there. And everyone in our Reach family would just like to say thank you for the support that you've given us.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Gonzalez. I've been attending Reach for 4 years now. And Reach to me is a home. The minute we walk in, we're all a family, and we support each other and help each other through everything. And we help our community get back together too, away from the violence, like you said. So we just want to thank you for our support. It means a lot to us, so thank you.
On behalf of the Vista Community Clinic, the Valderrama neighborhood, the Libby Lake neighborhood, we definitely want to applaud the council and the mayor for your continuous efforts towards our program. And Libby Lake in general, after the shootings, you guys really stepped up and helped provide assets for our program to continue, for the kids to have a safe environment to be in, but also for a space for professional character and academic development to take place. Your investment in the youth has gone beyond the walls of Libby Lake. This past year, the kids started a mentorship program with the high school students walking to Libby Lake Elementary and mentoring 5th graders there. The middle school students started to clean the blocks venture where every Friday I walk down the prominent street of Libby Lake. I want the people clean both sides of the street, walk into the park, clean the park. It's been a collaborative effort with a lot of community partners. We partner with the Boys and Girls Club of Oceanside, Save Our Streets Organization, Family Fellowship Church, Captain Beckler, Sergeant Novak, Sergeant Valdivinos from the neighborhood police team, and along with Lieutenant Crosby have provided immense support for our program as well. We're very thankful for everything you guys have done, and we just want to let you know that what you've invested in us, we plan to invest back into the livelihood of the city of Oceanside. So, thank you so much.
Okay.
Also, the kids put together little plaques that they wanted to give each one of you from both programs.
Thank you. Is your hand up as a city clerk over here, or a good-looking guy?
Yep.
No, right there.
Next we have Sheila cut off.
Thank you for that information, ladies and gentlemen. That was cool up here.
I'm Sheila Kadal, and I just went back.
Okay. Please, before we get down, Troop 752, right? And there's a troop here getting the patch, so I want to make sure the camera stands over there and shows the troop. We've been sitting here all day and all night, let's say. So we get the patch from the scouting. So guys, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed yourself. And sorry to interrupt you, but thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. You did a wonderful job with the surf riders in this. Thank you. And you know you're the best mayor in the United States. But anyway, I'm back from living in Portland, Oregon, and Colorado, and I'm worried about money. And Colonel Seller and Feline, they say that they're conservative and that they want to take care of money and all this other stuff. But what I don't understand is why they would spend $850,000 on a study for the Melrose extension after the planning commission, these are people that are educated in planning, rejected it and said, no, it's not a good idea, but because they didn't get the answer they wanted, and because these gentlemen, they put their special interest for their campaign donors, they spent $850,000 on this study because they wanted something different. They've closed homeless shelters and soup kitchens, and we know that, and they say they support veterans. Well, you know, if you live all over the United States, especially in Portland, that helps our veterans, you know that a lot of the homeless people are veterans. So why close these soup kitchens and homeless shelters? You need to stand up, put your money where your mouth is. And, you know, they want to develop, you know, land in rural hills. Well, guess what? My daughter is working overseas, and you know what we need? We need to keep that land agricultural. We need to develop that. Esther Sanchez has great ideas for this. We need to support her with what she wants to do. You know, they offer this thing to build the Melrose extension. That's going to cost $40 million. Where are we going to get this money? Anything, they say that they're physical conservatives, and Mr. Feline, he talks about, you know, he's so worried about PERS and everything. I want to let you know something, Mr. Feline. California PERS assets, they have $295 billion in assets. They're taking steps to ensure that the funds will be sustainable for generations. And you know what? Two-thirds of this money is made by investments, and then the other part of it is people that are paying into it, and then the state pays, and we pay very little. So anyway, we are good, and we need people in our council members that support good pensions, because you know, I'll tell you why. Oceanside is a community of retired people, and when they have good money, good pensions, it helps the city, because you know what they do? They go out to dinner, they buy clothes, they fix up their home, they spend money on their grandchildren. You know, this is what we need. We need to get rid of people like Kern, Feller, and Feline, and we need to put people in office that are going to really work for the people and not special interests. So please help us do that.
Next we have
Nancy, and I'm so sorry for the last name pronunciation. Casa? Okay, thank you so much, sorry.
Good evening.
My name is Nancy Casadan, and I'm a resident of Oceanside. I'm embarrassed to say that we have welcomed the puppy store that was kicked out of one of the largest cities in the U.S., San Diego. This is bad business, as it will end up costing our citizens money in the long run. The store will bring in more dogs to our already overcrowded animal shelter. Furthermore, Mr. Salinas admits he gets his puppies from the Hunt Corporation. The Hunt Corporation is not a puppy mill. However, they are the largest distributors of puppy mill puppies in the U.S. Mr. Salinas admits that the Hunt Corporation procures their puppies from USDA-approved breeders. USDA-approved standards include breeding dogs starting at 8 months and allowing these dogs to live the rest of their lives in cages no bigger than a rabbit hutch, while rarely having any human interaction. If that's not bad enough, the Hunt Corporation currently has an F rating with the Missouri Better Business Bureau. The Hunt Corporation was cited for having more than 1,000 pounds of dead animals on their property. The last thing Oceanside needs is a store that ships in sick dogs from another state. Oceanside is in the process of improving its reputation. Allowing a store of this caliber to do business in a growing city only lowers the standards we have worked so hard to build. Does Oceanside really want to allow puppies who were raised in horrific conditions to be shipped in from another state, only to be sold to unsuspecting customers? We depend on our lawmakers to protect our community from harmful business practices. Councilman Kern and Councilman Salim, the citizens of Oceanside cannot count on you to protect them from being victims of this sort of commerce. Fortunately, there's an election this November. There is a reason why the San Diego City Council unanimously voted to ban the store from their city. Thank you.
Next we have Colin and Kelly. Colin and Kelly? Oh, okay, no problem. Next we have Rosie Davies.
Puppies who recently was sold at...
Use the mic better, I think we can hear you.
Right. This was one of the puppies who was recently... This was one of the puppies who was recently sold at Oceanside Puppy for a couple $1,000. As you can see, this puppy has some health issues. It was recently dumped off at the animal shelter, so the taxpayers now have to foot the bill for the care of this dog. It was rescued by one of our local rescue organizations. It has cherry eye and some ulcers. This was not a good business decision to allow Oceanside Puppy into our city, as it is only costing us money. I just wanted to point this out, and fortunately there is an election coming up. Councilman Kern and Councilman Salim, and we will remember who voted to allow this store to do business in our city. And I would like to once again remind you that this store was banned by the San Diego City Council, unanimously banned by them. And there's a reason why the store was banned by them, and it's such a shame that we allowed this store to come into our city. Thank you.
Next we have Susanna Ray. May I say something really quick?
I'm sorry?
May I say something really quick?
Yeah, hold on a second. Are you on the list?
No.
No, probably not, honey. Let's try something here. You can pull out a form later, okay? Thank you.
Next we have Susanna Ray.
Good evening.
Good evening to the council and the audience here. I have titled what I'm talking about is my thoughts on the South Coast Highway Project. And I would like members of this council to consider and to be open to some of the ideas that I suggest here. To give some background to the people of the audience, I would say this, that sometimes the people concerned with things like lifestyle and prosperity of our city said, let us spend some time thinking of ways to enrich not only the life and lifestyle of our citizens, but to show off our city so that those who come from around the world, like for the surfing championships, and we have so many surfers here, would come back again and again and again and spend their dollars to enrich the city and our economy. So this council directed that city staff redesign one element of our city, which was the South Coast Highway. And these young traffic engineers did a beautiful job of creating a classic plan that would rival San Diego or San Antonio's River Walk. And unfortunately, our 101 is not a river walk, and it cannot be. Because first, it is a highway, it is a corridor, and it is an artery that this city needs. And what I would like you to do to direct or redirect those traffic engineers to do, if you can so do that, is to take some of the elements that they are trying to jam onto one small street. I'm asking that you yourself consider removing the biking, the walking, the strolling in the sunshine from off of Coast Highway and move it to the lateral streets. I myself have gone up and down Tremont. It is beautiful from one end to the other. All the trees, and 90% of them are already there. And all you need to do is put up 2 benches so that our citizens can relax and enjoy their food. And our bikers being on that same street will say, what a lovely place this city is. And I thank you for your attention.
And last we have Dwayne, James, and Mark.
Good evening, you've been great in a long time. Either one podium or both.
Okay, we can do both, I guess. My name is Mark. Yeah, put them close together. My name is Mark Carter. I received a phone call from my son some June 13th of last year. He said, Dad, I got the phone call. I said, Ty, was that the phone call? And he says, yeah, Dad, it's a phone call. President Obama called me. He says, I'm going to get the Medal of Honor. Now, as a proud dad, I stand in front of you here. When he got out of the White House there, I was there with him. When he got out of the White House, he talked about post-traumatic stress immediately to the press. And now he is traveling the United States and speaking of post-traumatic stress. We recognize it originally as post-traumatic stress disorder, but he wants to remove the disorder. So what my co-founder and I have decided to do is put a little bit of a sticker on my RV and travel to California, and I think I was on that road that she was talking about that's a little crowded. Anyway, that's pretty wide, and I'm going, holy moly, this is tough. Post-traumatic stress is a big problem with our veterans, and I'm tickled at the way that you honored our Veterans Resource Center, your Veterans Resource Center here. Fantastic. You guys really did a good job. We are learning about that. So, nothing, go ahead.
We're on a mission, and his son is on a mission, and we're here to compliment it. But we've been traveling up and down the state for the last week. We started at the state capitol. We have an organization, Operation Wounded Minds, and it's kind of a blessing to come here tonight because of what you're doing for veterans. But what we're discovering is this is so deep. And we've got veterans who returned from this war that we sent off. And you guys are old enough to remember my uncles from the Vietnam War. We swore we wouldn't do that again. And we got a problem. We're not addressing the issues. These first responders, today was our first responder day. We were in Palm Springs and got to speak to some vets. And they told us what they're finding. And the VA hospital that we met with, what they're discovering is when they go to a suicide, a vet, they find alcohol and they find a gun. What I would like to leave a message with you guys, we were exhausted. If you ever done something like this, and we hadn't, we're learning, but we're talking. And one of the things that we want all of you to be aware of is that this isn't just a veteran issue, it's a first responder issue, and it's a civilian issue. But there's something that's happening. A lot of you don't even know it, but June is PTS Awareness Month for the nation. And we have a big event on Friday in Los Angeles. It's PTS 101. And we're going to start educating, and we hope everyone will take time to take our courses through webinars. But what I'd like to leave you with this, is that we have a number that you've probably heard. 22 veterans are committing suicide each day in this country. The problem is this, I'm a little cynical, but it's not about blaming or putting fault. This isn't about what's happening in Washington, D.C., because the problems are being resolved at the local level. This number isn't accurate. 22 is a big number, but California, Illinois, and Texas don't even report their number to the Fed so that we have a good number. The number's higher. So as you're taking care of city issues and homelessness and the issues that occur because of post-traumatic stress, I'd like for you to think about the resolves, and I think that the biggest resolve is how we address post-traumatic stress in our society. So I'm happy to address you guys. We're strangers to this city. Camp Pendleton is on our radar for tomorrow, and we'll be doing something at San Ysidro tomorrow. Think about our course, PTS 101 on Friday, and look us up. Thank you for taking the time to let us share.
Thank you, sir.
No further public on this item.
That's amazing. Thank you very much. Mr. We're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. By the way, gentlemen, give us the people here from the Veterans Center. The other thing is 5-minute breaks for bathroom break. If you haven't been here before, out the double doors, up the stairs, restroom with the water. Thank you very much. 5-minute break. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Normally, there's not that many people left in the audience at the last item, but I guess that's what they're all here for. With that, Mr. Clerk, item number 39, please.
Yes, item number 39 is consideration of zone amendment ZA13-0005 to amend the 1992 Oceanside zoning ordinance, adding medical marijuana dispensaries as a new land use within Article 4, adding section 304P, medical marijuana dispensaries, establishing regulations and performance standards to Article 30, site regulations, and adding section AA, medical marijuana dispensaries to Article 35 of the zoning ordinance. Applicant E.R. Stradler, Nature's Leaf Collective.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll open this public hearing and ask for disclosure from council members. That is your answer.
No contact. No, I'm just kidding. I had meetings with several people and several emails and staff.
Some definitely from the public, from the applicants, and city staff.
I had contact over a few years on this particular issue here in Oceanside. Certainly staff, law enforcement, the public, we learned about talk to them over the years. Thank you.
Most recently, since this item itself has been pending, I've had telephone conversations with members of the public, groups against this ordinance, a request for ordinance change, and also I talked with one of the supporters, a person representing a group with the support of the ordinance. Thank you.
Public, staff, and I think we received a letter from the applicant and a letter from the applicant's attorney.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Clerk, the correspondence petition.
Yes.
Thank you very much. With that, Richard, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Wood, Deputy Mayor Sanchez, members of the City Council, and the members of the public in attendance this evening. Richard Zingauer, Senior Planner in the Planning Division, to present the subject zone amendment. Before I get started this evening, I will make this a brief, since the evening's so long, make it a brief presentation. This has been a very collaborative effort between our legal staff, Oceanside Police Department, and the Planning Division. We presented you with a lot of material this evening, and I'll just highlight some of the requests of this zone amendment as we move forward and the basis for the staff's recommendation. Originally, the application was received by staff back in September of 2013. Requesting to amend the 1992 zoning ordinance, not the 86 that occurs within the coastal zone, and essentially would just add medical marijuana dispensaries as a land use within our zoning ordinance. The proposed language would add a Article 4 use classification of medical marijuana dispensaries, and it is a very large definition that includes dispensing, storing, selling, cultivating, giving away, delivering, with that, and so staff has placed that up there for the public's edification on what the dispensary would consist of. The second area that would be added to the zoning ordinance was a request to amend Article 36, which is our regulated use section, and adding medical marijuana dispensaries as a regulated use, and amending Article 30 to provide performance standards for the type of dispensaries that would be placed in the city. With that, staff consulted in-depthly with our Oceanside Police Department, pulled some statistical data, and I placed that on the overhead for the public to see as well. During 2013, DEA went in and conducted sweeps through Oceanside, closing down several medical marijuana dispensaries, and since that time, OPD's investigated at least 26 robberies. They have been broken down. You can see 16 with firearms. You can see the tendency to have a negative illegal component associated with the type of land use. Staff's analysis has focused on the general plan and some of the findings we made, but that the land use is not recognized by federal law at this time, so we would recommend that we move forward in the manner that staff's recommending this evening. To establish land use that is detrimental to public safety, result in public service impacts, more specifically police services, as previously stated in our analysis from Oceanside Police Department. and it would compromise the character and image of the city as we have it today. The last finding that staff made is the general land use plan goal element to ensure that we maintain a safe, attractive, desirable, and well-balanced community here in Oceanside. I would believe that would be inconsistent with that land use goal. This item was taken to the Planning Commission on May 5th, 2014. The item was reviewed, all the amendments by the Commission. We had approximately 13 persons speaking in opposition and proponents of the zone amendment. And after due consideration, the Commission took action to go against staff's recommendation and recommend approval to this body, Zone Amendment 1305 by a 3-2 vote, with 2 of the Commissioners absent that evening. Subsequent to the staff report going out, staff did additional data collection, review of kind of, the issue and how it's being handled throughout the state of California, San Diego County and North San Diego County. And I provided some statistical data from 2009 that shows out of 113 California cities, 7 California counties, there are bans of medical marijuana dispensaries. 32 cities and 8 counties have instituted city ordinances regulating the use. So there's a variation in how it's handled at the local level and the state level and county level. With that, you can also see some of the ones that strictly prohibit medical marijuana dispensaries, including San Marcos, Temecula, Escondido, and Corona. This in Solana Beach, they rely on the existing codes to prohibit the land use as it exists. Since 2009, I did some additional research. Local governments continue to be faced with this challenge of regulating the medical marijuana dispensaries. And so the jurisdictions continually find themselves bringing this forward to these types of bodies in order to analyze that. Since 2009, there are 3 local ballot initiatives for the year 2014, and those are in Encinitas, Del Mar, and Solana Beach. And most notable was the City of San Diego's March 14th decision where they approved amendments allowing up to 4 dispensaries in each of the districts within the City of San Diego. With that, staff's recommendation is that the City Council adopt the attached resolution denying the zone amendment, and staff is available for any questions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Have a seat at the sidebar.
Mayor, with one last item that I would like to consider. Staff did receive an email request from Lance Rogers, which is legal counsel representing Nature's League Collective. The request was for continuance of this item from this body. Nature's League Collective has been operating illegally since 2013 or beyond, and prompting the city to go for an injunction against the facility. On June 10th, the judge decided that Nature League is attempting to legalize their use. Therefore, he has stayed the injunction until this body makes a determination. So with that, I just want to make sure that was in the record. And staff's recommendation is not to grant the continuance to take action on the item this evening.
Thank you very much. With that, explanation from the city attorney. As the mayor, I would not give that continuation. I will ask the council, but I want your input.
On the continuance, John?
Yes.
So I think what Mr. Greenbauer said was accurate. The attorney, I think he sent a letter as well that we've all received requesting a continuance. I don't know if he's in the audience tonight, but there has been a request for a continuance. Should you grant that continuance, with my understanding, based upon the order that has been issued by the Superior Court, that we would not be able to enforce the preliminary injunction that has been granted. So that's simply your discretion as to whether or not you'd like to grant the continuance.
I would not. Thank you very much. As I said, this meeting. Thank you. I know we have a lot of people in the audience, and at some point we're going to see if you have an opportunity to talk on this issue. If everybody wants to talk, that's your right. You certainly have the right to come up here and talk on your minutes for 3 minutes. I want to get a number. If there's a lot of them, I might take the minutes and clean it too or something. The other thing is, if we were to go back and repeat what everybody just said, at some point, one side might say everybody that's here to speak about this on whatever the issue side is, they can stand up or whatever. I'm just trying to save you all folks out there some time and effort. With that, back to this, an applicant aspect here in the public.
Yes, this is a public hearing item. As of right now, we have 6 requests to speak. But being a public hearing item, you can come forward at this time if you wish to speak on this item. Even the members who have...
You have the applicant first.
Oh, I'm totally sorry about that. Applicant, go first.
Good evening.
Good evening. So tell us to adjust that mic so I heard it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and citizens of the city of Oceanside. My name is Josh Hamlin. I represent Nature's Leaf Collective as well as George Sadler in this issue. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your time and attention to this. My clients have invested a lot of time and resources putting this together, and so your participation in this is very much appreciated. Now, the reports and testimony that we've heard so far, they present significant and legitimate questions, and unfortunately we don't have answers to all. We've been given sort of data on the sort of present fear of problems to the society, but no real data correlative to a legitimate fear. I mean, we heard testimony about robberies and dispensaries. That does not correspond to regulated dispensaries with procedures in place to specifically combat robberies and things of that nature. So to present that and say that having regulated dispensaries in the city of Oceanside would then present a situation where those dispensaries would increase the likelihood of danger would go against logic. My clients have maintained since the beginning that safe access, regulated safe access, is the way to go with this. And until the city of Oceanside enacts some sort of ordinance to regulate dispensaries, the fear of robberies and that sort of thing is going to be eminent, because there is no regulation in place to provide guidelines to dispensaries to do this. And so on that note, this is what the amendment could do for the city of Oceanside. It could provide the regulation that it needs, and it could bring these dispensaries into a legal realm where they're providing safe access to the patients, who, by the way, need this medication. Additionally, we've heard testimony on other cities and how there's a lot of cities that have enacted bans on this. The growing wave that seems to be going across California and the rest of the country is to allow these, is to actually regulate them. And the reason for that is clear. I just explained it. I mean, if you're regulating this, then you stand a better chance to combat the fears, the legitimate fears that the public has. And my clients are more than willing to work with the council to change or revise or otherwise make this amendment better suited for the community, if we are allowed to do so. We've been willing to work with the council from day one, and that still stands today. And once again, I want to reiterate that throughout this entire process, my clients, their sole purpose has been to provide safe, regulated access to the patients of Oceanside. And to that end, this is the amendment that can do that. And we're more than willing to change this, provided the council is willing to work with us. And once again, I want to thank you for your time and appreciate it.
My apologies. I was asking a procedural question. The applicant has a certain amount of minutes, and then whatever he doesn't use, he has his rebuttal. Is that correct?
Correct. Right now, he has 15 minutes and 56 seconds remaining.
Assuming that is all the speakers for the applicant, is that correct? Okay.
At this time, the public can come forward to speak on this item. Even if you turned in a blue sheet, you still can come forward. Unfortunately, we're not calling your names for this item as a public hearing. So if you want to speak on this item, you can begin getting in line for that right now.
Mayor, council members, Jim Out 127 Sherry Lane. I agree with Dr. Sanjay Gupta, the famous neurologist, CNN medical chief advisor, volunteer and surgeon in Iraq and Afghanistan. He said that the public has been misled for over 70 years, and basically pointed out that marijuana itself is good for many medical conditions. Neurological, convulsive disorders, emaciation, neurologic pain, which he pointed out, even the military prescribed in 1943, and then it was even better than morphine, and still is better than oxycodone. It's an anti-cancer drug over in Israel, and still being used there. But one thing, and I'll educate you on a couple things, was brought up into the Planning Commission. Marijuana has not just one drug. It's basically two basic drugs. You have one that has high THC. You have one that is not high THC, that's more medicinal. And it's basically called cannabidiol. Okay, something like that. And this rum oil is one other name for it. And that is basically 0.5 THC, which is a high-making stuff, 17% CBD. This is where they have Charlotte's Web, to give you an example. A child that was having 300 seizures a week, when was given this medication, dropped to 3 seizures a month. But the parents could not get this drug because there was not any quality assurance except for in one state, Colorado. Are these people going to be forced out of California and out of Oceanside into Colorado? Are you going to take away from any child a medication because of the federal government and state into Colorado? Another issue that the Planning Commission had was pointing out that there is no report correlation with alcohol. You do not receive that report today, because if you did correlate that, you would be shutting down every alcohol purveyor. Because the crime report that you saw tonight would be more than 10 times that amount. But I did not hear anything from any staff member in any report on that it needs to be done. If you are going to be very much consistent, you need to reject all alcohol purveyors in the future, and anyone that takes and comes up for any relicensing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shelley. I'm a child psychologist. I'm 42. I'm a patient and a resident of Oceanside. 4 years ago, I lost my life. I lived in Hawaii. I worked as a child psychologist helping children with special needs and autism until I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia, very severe fibromyalgia. In fact, I should be in bed right now, and I'm in excruciating pain, but I wanted to stay in order to put a face to it. For myself, I had to live with my parents for 9 months as I'm single. I had to sell the house that I used to live in Hawaii. I lost everything I owned, but I'm grateful that I've had the support of my family. When Oceanside decided not to have medical marijuana dispensaries, you can't imagine the impact you've had on my life. I hardly get to leave bed. I hardly get to leave my house. And now I have to try to travel or find people that are willing to bring me medicine. I would like to encourage each and every one of you to reconsider the land rezoning. And when you make your vote, I want you to see my face. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Alicia Griffith. I live here in Oceanside. I've lived here 14 years with my husband and our 3 teenagers. I also work here in Oceanside for a small business. And I work in an office building with 7 office suites. And over the last 4 or 5 years in the building that I work in, there have been 4 different medical marijuana pot shops that have operated in our building. And at some point, there has been more than one operating at the same time, which you can imagine how horrible that is. I want you to know the negative effect that these pot shops directly had here in Oceanside on the businesses in the building that I work in and on the neighborhood surrounding it, which there are children and families who are trying to raise their families and go to school and work and enjoy all the things of Oceanside that we've read and seen a lot about tonight. The pot shops in the building where I work, there were people coming and going all day long, mostly young men. They were loitering in groups in the parking lot and in the bathrooms. They smoked continuously. They used marijuana in their parking lot and in the pot shops themselves. In fact, my office building, which is on the 2nd floor, became so inundated with the marijuana smoke from this pot shop below us that we were unable to work. We just have to go home with the loss of business. We cannot leave our office door or window open at any point because of the smell and also because of the safety. There was trash, cigarette butts, bathrooms that we shared. Were vandalized multiple times, and the owners of the offices had to pay to get those fixed. The 4 occasions that I know, the pot shops were burglarized. The windows were smashed, everything inside was stolen. In fact, 2 summers ago, in the middle of a workday, there was one hold up in the pot shop that was right next door to my office building while we were inside working. That did close the pot shop down for a few days, and the FBI did investigate, but of course they opened right back up a couple of days later. In my office building, one of the offices is run by a psychologist, and he treats children and families, and he was in fear for his business that he would lose clients, and in fact he did lose clients because of the pot shops being in such close proximity. The owners of the pot shops are not outstanding citizens, and they do not want to comply with the regulations and the laws that they provide them. Their motive is to make money, and they're asking tonight for continuance is just to push it off into the future because every week they can see in business is thousands of more dollars in their pocket. Please keep pot shops out of Oceanside. He's done a pretty good job so far in closing down the ones that you do know about, and I think they need to take a stand and say that Oceanside is better than that, and that they need to go somewhere else that are not welcome here. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate the clause. I know it doesn't work, but to hand them down, they can go quicker. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
My name is Frank Smith. I'm with Action Consulting. I'm a former community development director, planning director, building official for several small cities here in Southern California. May I first say that we don't have enough prayer in city council meetings. I've been doing a lot, especially over the past couple of months concerning this issue. This is the first time I've seen prayer, and I appreciate it. Anyway, I represent 2340 Collective and Beach Development Group. We're looking to put base of operations here in the Oceanside area, somewhere local. We're looking to put a manufacturing plant, a processing plant in excess of 20,000 square feet. We're looking to invest $1.5 million initially. That comes from purchasing property, tenant improvements, permits, and fees, and run a professional operation. Some of the things that I've heard tonight are horror stories. Those are the worst of the worst, and that really comes from unregulation. I really think the city council needs to set the bar high when it comes, if they in fact decide to approve a measure for zoning, rezoning some of these areas, set the bar high. Set the fee so high that, you know, Johnny down the street can't do it, or the local guy who's had a lot of criminal trouble can't start it. Leave it to the professionals. And, we're looking at bringing in millions of dollars, millions of tax dollars, millions of dollars in sales throughout San Diego County, Riverside County, through our operation that we're looking to put, and we'd like to put it here in Oceanside. We're used to high taxing, 8 to 14% is what we're getting charged in some areas. That's a lot of tax dollars to be spent here. There's a lot of jobs to be had here in the initial construction tenant improvement phase. So we hope that some of the slideshows that we've seen up here today, not quite accurate. 2009, those are 2009 cities. I've been to some of these cities just recently. Some of those cities are wrong, dead wrong. Anyway, I hope that the city, if it doesn't approve this application, will direct staff to move forward to look into this and approve the location and amend the zoning ordinance to include medical marijuana dispensaries and manufacturing plants. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Taylor Garcia. I am 16 years old, and I am Stacy Dorado, and I'm 17 years old. And we are from the club of Be the Resistance from Oceanside High School, which is basically against drugs and alcohol. And good evening, Honorable Mayor and our council members. I am here to urge you to deny the zoning ordinance amendment. Allowing marijuana dispensaries in Oceanside will increase the use of marijuana among youth. So, first of all, there's a lot of kids right now that are using marijuana just because they want to use it. And if you get some more dispensaries, they're going to be like, it's going to be way more easier for them to get some more marijuana. By allowing dispensaries in the city, we are putting our communities at risk for criminal activities, loitering, and overall negative environment. And do we really want this kind of activity in our community? Marijuana dispensaries will reduce property values because they will attract crime and violence. Frequently we hear on the news that dispensaries have been robbed, and those crimes have been handguns. Those incidents will discourage other businesses to come to our city, and we need to upgrade business in our city. Well, in school, we would always hear a lot about a lot of kids getting marijuana and saying that they'd rather smoke weed instead of attending school and stuff. And it's actually it's an issue in our school because we are between two gangs, and honestly, this wouldn't help at all. It wouldn't. I've seen a lot of kids in our school. Like, for example, I had a friend that she used to be like really nice and outgoing, and right now she went down to the wrong path by using marijuana, and she's just like off now. She's not even focusing on her career or anything because she thinks that smoking marijuana is better than having a career. And I know this guy that he's a classmate of mine. He is really smart, and I know he can do better, but he doesn't even try because he'd rather stay home and smoke marijuana. And I think it's like pretty useless for that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Wood, Deputy Mayor Sanchez, council members. My name is Nicole Pappas. I live at 2689 Garfield Street in Carlsbad. And I'm sure you're probably wondering why, if I live in Carlsbad, I'm here to speak to you tonight. And when I Google Nature's Leaf Collective, I come up with this address. 2525 South Sister Road, Carlsbad, California. So even though we are here tonight in Oceanside, because their collective actually is in Oceanside, they're advertised that they are in Carlsbad. They're lying. They're lying on their website. I don't know how I can trust somebody who lies on their website about their address to operate and deal with you as a city truthfully. My community is in your hands. This marijuana collective affects my community as much as it does Oceanside. When I was visiting my son at Vance Air Force Base in Oklahoma, which is hundreds of miles away from Colorado's border, there in the parking lot as we went into the movie was a container from a medical marijuana dispensary in Colorado. This is a regional issue. It's not just Oceanside. My community, my lifestyle is in your hands. I'm here today to ask you to deny this zoning amendment. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ray Pearson. I'm the Vice President of the North Coastal Prevention Coalition. For over 20 years, NCPC has been working to reduce the harm of alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and other drugs through community action, education, support, and collaboration here in Oceanside and surrounding communities of Vista and Carlsbad. NCPC is very concerned with preventing teen use of marijuana. Marijuana can damage the teen brain in specific ways that researchers are still discovering. The risks are particularly great for those who begin marijuana use before age 15 and can lead to long-term consequences, including mental health disorders such as anxiety, depression, and even schizophrenia. Working in collaboration with many partners, including the City of Oceanside, NCPC has documented positive outcomes on our efforts to counter pro-marijuana influencers. Through an evaluation conducted by Cal State University San Marcos and funded through the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, we compared student survey data from NCPC's region, including Oceanside, Carlsbad, and Vista, with other areas of California between 2004 and 2012. I'm going to give you the bad news first. Marijuana use in the past 30 days and over a lifetime increased in all regions studied from 2004 to 2010. However, the good news is that increase was significantly less in NCPC's region, where the reported ease of access declined. We strongly believe Oceanside's current policies to prohibit dispensaries and limit drug paraphernalia contribute to these outcomes. More than 200 cities in California, including Oceanside, do not permit marijuana dispensary operations with their respective jurisdictions. Even in pro-marijuana Colorado, 8 of the 10 largest cities in Colorado have either a ban or moratorium on the sale of marijuana. Rather than deal with costly legal snarls which put our young people at risk, and can all the young people here who are against approving the zone, please stand. We support the recommendation of the Oceanside Police Department, City Attorney, and planning staff to maintain its current ban on marijuana dispensaries and join the hundreds of other California cities that are doing the same. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable mayors, council members. My name is Craig Galvin. I'm a Oceanside resident, fairly new resident of Oceanside. I joined North Coastal Prevention Coalition because I'm passionate about making sure our community is safe from the harm of alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and other drugs. I have a young family, and I'm concerned for their future. I was surprised to see this item on the agenda. I was surprised that this passed through the Planning Commission. I want to give you a little bit about some of my history and share with you my background to give you a little bit of a different perspective and some different experiences that I've gone through. In 2009, I was living in the city of San Diego, and I was chair of a planning group. And I was appointed by Carl DeMaio to the Medical Marijuana Task Force for the city of San Diego. And we worked long and hard with part advocates to come up with a set of regulations that would work with them. And they weren't willing to work with those regulations that we developed. We spent a year and a half developing regulations, and they simply weren't willing to work with us or the city council. In fact, the city council took additional steps with the regulations that they did recommend. And part advocates went to the community and collected signatures to put the item on the ballot. And after seeing that, the city council took back the regulations that they did develop, and now we have, finally in 2014, some sort of regulation. So you can either choose to embrace and continue to work through with pot advocates. My personal opinion is they don't belong in our community. Pot is big business. You've heard directly from someone about how much money is to be made in distribution of pot, and I don't think that that's appropriate. The purpose of Prop 215 was to provide for severely ill patients. They can do that without pot shops. I encourage you to vote no on this amendment and ensure that our communities are safe from the harm of drugs, alcohol, and tobacco. Thank you.
Council members, my name is Zay Lenzo. I'm a resident of Spring Valley. I am a member of Nature's Leaf, and I am the secretary of the San Diego chapter of Americans for Safe Access, America's largest patient-based organization promoting the medical and therapeutic use of cannabis. I want to thank the patients that have got up to speak. It's not an easy thing for a professional person to do. I was in brokerage much of my life. I retired from Charles Schwab. Then I spent a decade working for Microsoft as a Microsoft trainer. I've taught college and university. My fiance and I have 5 children between us. All but the youngest is in university, and the youngest left this week for the summer program at Harvard. It's not okay anymore in our society to say pejorative things about someone's race or religion or the sexual preference. We've all decided that those prejudices shouldn't be allowed. But it's clearly okay with everyone to be prejudiced against me if I make the choice to survive and take the medicine that I need, the medicine that my doctor recommends, to have another day of life. But it's okay to equate my legal, moral use of this medicine with other people's criminal activity. What this has to do with a home invasion or a robbery on the street, what this has to do with illegal activity, I don't know. I found staff's analysis offensive at Planning Commission, and I found it offensive tonight to equate crime with my legal medicine. It's been legal in this state for 16 years. It's legal in Oceanside. It's legal everywhere in California. Now, I would like to offer you the opportunity to have the assistance of Americans for Safe Access, as many other cities and counties have done. We have worked hand in hand with all 23 of the states that have passed medical laws. And we would be happy to help you form an ordinance that would hold up under the law, not be litigated against, protect everyone involved. My family made landfall in Newcastle, Delaware in 1658 on a cold day in October. With many others, we midwifed the birth of this country. Over the next century, it took to write the Constitution. We stood with the Minutemen. We came down the California Trail in a wagon, and my great-grandfather, George Washington Linville, was wrapped up in a quilt in that wagon. I've got that quilt at home. It offends me to be considered a criminal. I'm not a criminal. I will not behave like a criminal. And I will not be treated like a criminal. My friend Janet Mitchell wasn't able to come tonight. Real quick, she said something at the Planning Commission that changed the vote. And I'm going to quote her, and then I'll go leave you alone. She said, a woman who has had breast cancer and had her breast cut off should not have to go home and learn how to grow marijuana, and then learn how to distill it down, and then learn how to turn it into a loaf that she can roll on the side of your yard. We are not criminals. We ask only for a tiny place to stand and exercise our right under the law as free Americans. We're not doing anything illegal. We don't want to do anything illegal. We want to stand up next to you as free Americans and exercise our right under the law. Give us a tiny place to stand. We want to be regulated. Thank you.
Sorry, that was me. Thank you. My name is Michael. I'm a Medicare specialist. I've been so for 14 years. Most of my clients... All right, thank you very much. Okay, it is. I'm a Medicare specialist. Most of my clients are in Oceanside, Carlsbad, and Vista. Most of the doctors that I work with are in Oceanside. 14 years I've worked as an insurance agent helping people get onto drugs. 13 years I spent working with homeless and runaways, gang kids, substance abuse kids with alcohol, drug abuse. Getting people off of drugs. Now, as a Medicare person, we're putting people on drugs. Pharmaceutical drugs seem to be okay for people to talk about. That's okay. Alcohol, that's okay in this city. Tobacco, all these things are known killers, lead to crime and trashing the street. I'm in favor of this city allowing us to have safe, legal access where people know what medications they're getting so they can get the right strain for their needs. It needs to be regulated, not just left to kids. And the refusal to advance this seems to not be aware of where things are going. California probably will be joining other states and having it be legalized. It needs to be regulated, and we need dispensaries where we can go and figure out what the right medicine is. If it's going to be ruled as a medicine, I believe it should be treated like a medicine, and I can go to Save-On or any other place and buy drugs. 1/3 of all deaths are because of adverse reaction to chemical pharmaceutical drugs. None are related to marijuana, and I too resent people who are talking about it like it's a crime, that I'm a criminal, or that the people that are seeking relief through their sanctioned medical marijuana license are criminals. That's just rude. And thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor. Judy Strang. I'm the Executive Director of San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. We serve the communities of Encinitas, Sparta Beach, Del Mar, and Carmel Valley. Had an opportunity to speak to the Planning Commission, and felt that I didn't completely explain what the California law was. I provided to them the Attorney General guidelines related to Prop 215 that was written in 2008. And in those guidelines, the Attorney General makes it very clear that marijuana is not legal in the state of California, but that if a patient or a caregiver is stopped by law enforcement, they have an affirmative defense that they have a recommendation from their doctor, or if the caregiver has been described by the patient as being their caregiver, the caregiver being the grower and the provider and the distiller of marijuana to patients. And that is the way the law exists today. It does not allow for the retail sale of marijuana. It does not allow for it to open in strip malls. It allows for patients and caregivers to gather together collectively and exchange in a non-profit manner marijuana. If you live in the city of Oceanside and you feel that your Dr. Phil's and has recommended marijuana to you, you can Google it, and believe me, every caregiver for miles around a website will come up for you, and you can have your choice of those who will deliver marijuana to you, just like pharmaceuticals are delivered to hospices. You do not have to be in a retail setting. In fact, state law did not want it in a retail setting because of the normalization of marijuana use and access it provides. But what I've also brought for you today is some information regarding those pharmaceuticals that are going through the FDA process right now, because so much has been provided on the TV and in the newspapers, and what I want to call your attention to are two drugs that are making their way through the FDA process now that have cannabinoids as part of them. One is Sativex and the other is Epidiolex. The Epidiolex is the one that you're reading about now regarding infantile and pediatric epilepsy. These drugs are going through the process now. We are seeing it in other countries where it's completed the process and available, and we'll probably see it here in the United States in another day or two. The company who is producing these, GW Pharmaceuticals, were asked about what their thoughts were about pot shops and whether they supported them, and they said no, they don't support marijuana being distributed in this manner because the Sativex that's being produced is standardized in composition, thoroughly tested, quality assured, and administered in a controlled and defined dose in an appropriate manner. You go on to describe Epidiolex the same way, and I'll just let you read it on the back page. Thank you.
This is a public hearing item. If anyone else wishes to speak on this item before the points come forward, so if any other members of the public wish to speak on this item, now would be the time. If you've already spoken, then you cannot come again. So, please. It's 15 minutes and 55 seconds.
Great, thank you. Once again, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, I'll keep this brief because the hour is late. I just wanted to address some of the concerns from the residents of the City of Oceanside. And again, as I stated earlier, these are legitimate concerns. Worrying about marijuana dispensaries popping up everywhere, children using marijuana, being used, having there being more dispensaries in the city than there are now. These concerns are actually addressed by the amendment now proposed. All of these concerns. And moreover, we can address them even further by way of amending the amendment that's proposed. The amendment now proposed will actually only allow for 10 dispensaries within the city. Well, that number can be changed. But this idea that regulating dispensaries would somehow allow multitudes of dispensaries to open up is just false. We would have less dispensaries in the city, we would have more regulation, more oversight, and safer access to it. We could actually prevent children from using marijuana if we regulate it. And so I would offer that to the City Council for consideration. Once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll close this public hearing and come back with the council. There's Dr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank everyone for staying and giving their comments to the council and for all your communications to the council. I just want to say what we are here, what we're not here about. We're not here about whether or not marijuana is legal or not legal in California. Essentially, it has been decriminalized in California. Small amount, possession of a small amount, close an ounce, is an infraction with a $100 fine. And I worked as a public defender for 20 years. If you do have a doctor's letter, and what I've seen are basically form letters signed by a doctor. If you have a doctor's letter, if you end up in court, if you bring that letter to court, and I have to say that probably 95% of the people who were in that situation that had been prescribed marijuana for medicinal purposes were probably between the ages of 18 and 21. It would be dismissed. So pretty much, this is not about whether marijuana is legal or not legal. It's not about whether or not marijuana can be used for medicinal purposes. Having said that, I have been touched by people that I know very close who have who passed on because they had cancer. And they were in great pain. I have to say that of those experiences, access has not been an issue. What my concerns are about this request, that is to change the zoning laws, our zoning laws, to allow dispensaries, is that I believe it's just not ripe for us. I believe that at this time, it is just too easy to be able to get a letter from a doctor to say that you can use marijuana for medicinal purposes. You could be any age. I was so surprised that when I was a public defender, that most of the people who were coming up with these letters were very young. And my sense of it, and I can't tell you about the conversations, but in some, it was the medical reasons for it. While the judge never asked, all that was required was that letter. Always was a puzzle to me because it was not obvious to me. We have, on the other hand, in Oceanside, where we've had these dispensaries pop up illegally from time to time, and when they have popped up illegally, I've had calls from businesses there across the street, from residents, very concerned, unfortunately impacted by their business because of the impacts, because of the people who end up coming and hanging out and unfortunately committing crimes, vandalizing, breaking in. These are real stories. They're not pretend, they're not fears. This actually has happened. And I have to say that the people that I heard from were people that I knew personally, who probably were very understanding of someone's need for medicinal marijuana, but the way, the status of the laws that we have at this time, and the inability to really have it so that someone who really does have a genuine need for marijuana, and therefore allow for something like a regulated use, it's just not here right now. It just isn't. Access, as I said, has not been an issue. The laws do allow you to grow marijuana if you do need it for medicinal purposes. This application is by a business who went against our laws to establish a business is done illegally, is still very illegally. That's one of the reasons why I do oppose a continuance. I don't think that my mind would be changed, because as things stand, we as a community, and I have to think in terms of the best interests of our citizens, the best interests of our city. This is not a business that would be positive in our community with the laws as they exist today. Now, perhaps someday, and perhaps maybe another city perhaps could come up with some model type of regulations that would somehow reach those that are definitely in need. Again, I'm not here, and I don't believe any of us are here to judge, because anyone who is ill and who may benefit from the use of marijuana. I am very concerned about the access to our youth, because we still have an issue in our community with abuse of drugs, and alcohol is a drug. So I'm not just talking about marijuana here. I am very concerned about alcohol in our community, and I think everyone here knows that I've been questioning alcohol and the ability to have it in, say, fast food restaurants, drive-through restaurants. So this is not something that I'm not just focusing on marijuana. I'm actually focusing on marijuana as a drug. So I am going to make the motion, and this is with all due respect to everyone here. I do want to thank you for coming here. I know some folks came from outside the city. I have often said, it is when people come, and it's not young kids coming and saying we need to legalize this and we need to or have dispensaries. It is when we have those that are directly impacted who have these illnesses. When they start coming to us, we have to be much more serious about trying to find solutions to this. But as I said, the law, as a state of law, it's not right for us, and so I'm going to make the motion to deny the zone amendment request. Thank you.
Do you have a second? Thank you. Councilman Fellows, please.
Thank you, Professor Greenbar. You put up a slide earlier about the zoning that Vista, I think in Solana Beach had, that were they just don't have it in their zoning ordinance. Is that what you were referring to? Allowing.
There's a ballot initiative that'll go forward in 2014 to see if the citizens want to regulate the.
But there was 2 cities that were listed that were that don't have in one of your slides that don't allow it. Others strictly zone it out. Do you remember which slide I'm talking about? Did I say that? It's in Solana Beach. Yeah. Vista and Solana Beach rely on existing codes. That's kind of what we do. Is that right?
Currently, right now, it's a land use that's not listed, so it's prohibited.
So because it's prohibited, but the other ones that are listed, it says they strictly prohibit establishment. Do we have that in mind as well, or is that something that would have to come back?
That could come back to staff as an amendment that strictly prohibited it. At this time, the way the ordinance is written, it's just a use that's not listed.
Okay.
Councilmember Phillips, I can answer too. We haven't brought that forward at a staff level because when we have found illegally operating dispensaries that have not proposed to amend the code, we have filed nuisance abatement actions relying upon the language of our code, and all of those cases that have eventually gone through court. And Deputy City Attorney Annie Paragos here, who's filed all these cases, the courts have agreed that because our code says it's not an allowed use, it doesn't recognize it explicitly as an allowed use. They have issued injunctions to prohibit their operation.
That's a strong enough defense.
That has been a memo that I've attached to the Mr. Greenbauer's staff report. I have a detailed memo attached to that. That's also publicly available. And there are cases that recognize the authority of the city to file nuisance abatement actions in situations where the zoning code does not specifically allow it as a use. But that's what we've relied upon.
So the action today would this close tomorrow?
Annie, do you want to? The question was if the council were to adopt the staff recommendation to deny the zone amendment, would the business close tomorrow?
The stay on the injunction would be lifted. However, I highly doubt the business will voluntarily close tomorrow.
I want to just elaborate briefly too. Not this council, but a prior council for this business wrote us a letter because we had tried to communicate with the owner of the building and the business to get them to voluntarily cease operations before we had to undertake the time and expense of filing a civil action. And we did receive a letter from the prior council, and he agreed that they would be closing. We allowed them to the end of the month to close up operations, basically, or we would file the action. He explicitly stated they would close, and then they obtained new counsel and changed course and remained open, which then prompted us to have to file the nuisance action and seek the restraining order.
So what is the time frame?
Well, the time frame is it depends on your action tonight. So don't want to prejudge your action, but assuming you were to adopt staff's recommendation, they legally are required to close. If they don't close, then we would take enforcement action. I assume we would be filing a contempt motion with the court and obtain a hearing date with the proof that they continue to operate. If they do, I would assume that they're going to comply with the court order.
I had a meeting with this gentleman a couple weeks ago, maybe, and he told me according to weed maps, there are at this time 20 pot shops open within this city, and delivery services that advertise on this weed maps, and so
there are quite a few delivery.
You hit the mic.
There are quite a few delivery services that show up on weed maps.
Well, we know about the delivery, and we haven't really gone down that road, but
because we don't have any information that they're located in this city, that they're operating
how about
at the base of
20
operation.
pot shops?
I'm sorry?
According to this weedmaps.com, there is a he said 20 pot shops that are open at this time.
Brick and mortar?
I know that I've reviewed this as well. Sometimes we get complaints from members of the public when they think that there's an illegally operating dispensary. And so our office has focused on basically storefront dispensaries. So businesses that are popping up and in a brick and mortar business that's selling marijuana or providing marijuana. Our office has never filed a civil nuisance abatement action against a business that is located outside of the jurisdiction, outside of Oceanside, and delivers to the city.
Right. I'm just saying that is what that site says. So,
Councilman Feller, you can see on the screen that is a screen capture of weed maps that was taken today. So the green indicates the number of dispensaries. Largely those are delivery services.
The trucks are the delivery services, and then the others are the brick and mortar.
Annie, could you repeat that into the microphone? I don't think the record picked that up.
The little green trucks represent delivery services, and you can see there are far fewer of the other type, which would be the brick and mortar.
Oh, so it's not 20, but maybe 5.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I talked to my doctor about this to see if he would prescribe it, and he said no, because it is not regulated in the form that you could do a prescription. It's a form that says you need it. So, you know, my feeling is this belongs maybe only in one place, and that might be a Walgreens or CVS, and maybe that is something coming in the future. I will, you know, probably argue to anybody that this is a gateway drug that lowers your resistance to any other type of activity, and so you know, those guys back there in the back, those guys are out there 24/7, and they are finding that, you know, one leads to the other. So I'm you know, I've thought long about this, having a lot of grandchildren, and what their clear minds mean. If there's a need, I've heard Councilmember Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Sanchez say there is access, but, you know, and I just can't be part of having that access available to the children of this community, or for that matter, anybody, through my doing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that my motion is to deny the request for a zoning change, and further state that it is my motion includes the adoption of the resolution denying the zone amendment. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that has to be clarified by the second of the motion.
Thank you. Being a former high school teacher and actually having taught a class about alcohol and other drugs, I have a little problem with the people's argument that says, you know, alcohol is bad, so we should allow people to use marijuana too, because they're both equally bad. Somehow going down that road is not a road I think we want our community to go. So the idea of using that, we all know that alcohol is a problem, probably a much larger problem than marijuana. But, you know, it's a cultural norm that we've adopted over a long period of time, and we tried, you know, back in the 20s to prohibition, it didn't work, because of the strong cultural bind that people have to alcohol. So I just don't buy that argument that because, you know, one thing is bad, we should allow something else that's bad too. So, you know, I don't get that. The other one, and I find that another odd argument, that all these problems that we talked about would be eliminated if we put the regulations in place. That somehow these fly-by-night pot shops would just suddenly go away if we put regulated pot shops in the community. I don't believe that that would happen. I think our best defense is an outright ban, and to let, you know, our city attorney's office and our police department and our planning staff deal with these things as they come. And I think eventually, I don't know if they'll get the hint, but the idea that eventually they'll say this is not the place to operate. And actually, at this place here that the one that's on the screen that says it's in Carlsbad, why don't you go down and talk to Carlsbad? I guess it's a marketing idea that Carlsbad's a better place to be anyway for this type of product. Go down and ask Carlsbad to open up down there. So I have no problem letting you go down there to make your application. So anyway, I think the other question has been answered. Commander Greenbrier, I guess the idea of our current zoning regulations are strong enough now that you guys can proceed, or Marissa, if you want to talk about that. I think the city attorney kind of mentioned that, but we don't really need to direct something to you to write more to make it stronger. I guess that's my question.
Councilman Kern, no, you do not. By practice, we have a permissive zoning code, so any use that's not listed or enumerated in our code is strictly prohibited.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's...
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's always a tough call when you're dealing with, tobacco, alcohol, marijuana, all kind of grouped together in terms of trying to balance out what you treat as a health issue versus what you treat as a law enforcement and legal issue, and what you decriminalize and treat as a citation versus what's going to be treated with the long arm of the law to try and just aggressively prohibit. And I think, unfortunately, right now, since the federal government and the state government are not in alignment with their legal views on marijuana, I don't think the city should attempt to get in the middle of what's an ongoing dispute until that issue gets resolved. I certainly think we probably all agree that there are certain medical conditions that marijuana can treat. And it certainly should be treated like any other medication, where the federal government, combined with the state government, decides who gets to manufacture it, that it's processed correctly, and that it's sold in a pharmacy. That's how real medicine is handled. And that's how, at some point, marijuana should be handled, and its derivatives that are used to treat real diseases for real people who are suffering from afflictions. I certainly know people who have used marijuana to treat real medical issues. But unfortunately, all the pot dispensaries that are shown on the map here are treating some horrible unknown affliction that's affecting young men between the ages of 18 and 25. And I'm skeptical that this is a real affliction. And so I don't think we should adopt our zoning ordinances to accommodate a phantom disease affecting this age group. And I think, we've had business people and residents complain about real problems that occur with dispensaries that open up in offices and the problems it creates. Also, from a personal standpoint, I also have to share a personal story, and I think the high school students who came down and spoke on people they know who became more interested in getting their next high than focusing on their future. And I had a best friend in high school who was probably the smartest person I knew, who you could see becoming a brilliant lawyer, a brilliant journalist someday, being appointed a judge somewhere. And yet, late in high school, he became interested in marijuana, and for about the next 5 or 6 years, his whole life revolved around getting his next high on the weekend. Now, no one would look at him today and see him as a casualty of the drug war. He's never been arrested, never, basically he's held a decent, middle-class job his whole life. But I guess I look and I know what could have been, and I think there's all kinds of stories out there that have similar narrative, if you will, of people who are probably doing okay, who aren't breaking into homes every night to get their next marijuana high, but their lives are certainly on hold, and their lives are certainly functioning at a far lower level than they otherwise would be. And I think as a city council, we should not be encouraging kids to go in that direction. And while You know, it's kind of like being a rock in a river. You know, you're not going to be able to stop everyone from doing something they're determined to do, but we certainly should not do anything that affirmatively encourages people to go down the wrong road. So I think we should support staff recommendation and deny the applicant's request. Thank you.
Listen, I'll make my very quick on this one. I did over 31 years as law enforcement. I saw the good and bad on the streets. Marijuana was a gateway drug. I saw it on a daily basis. There's a problem. Times are changing in the state. Maybe 5 years from now or whatever it might be. Laws might change. Younger group coming up seeing this differently. That's true. It might be changing. Here's where I have a problem. And it is just that. I think everybody in the marijuana field that pushed the initiative to at the state level to have medical marijuana did an excellent job. And the reason it passed is America, California, San Diego County are compassionate. There's people with needs and medical reasons for medical marijuana. We all supported it in the state of it that way. They had a problem. I want to praise them that they got a draft down for medical marijuana. They did a great job. They fell apart, and we see it every day in our complaints up here is distribution. There wasn't a medical marijuana for people who needed and got a prescription. That was okay. We all agreed to that. I don't think people that want to push this forward should be fighting that again. That's not the cause yet. We want it. Medical marijuana. The people of California said, please let these people have that. The problem came out is nobody in this town doesn't call us every day when one of these open up and complain for all the other reasons you could. You could and too, we get it all the time for the police department. Those same people never seem to want to get a business license in our city either. They didn't want to follow the rules. We saw people hanging out in front of them that would cause the problem for some of the communities and some of the businesses next door and surrounding it. We saw that too. Remember, you won the big battle. Medical marijuana was okay. What you need to fight next is distribution. The system they have was a failure. We saw it. Everybody knows that. Some of these people up there in the council said it, and I think we've all agreed. If tomorrow's policy was you go to your doctor and get a script, and you go to Walgreens or wherever you get it, fine, it's okay. The whole state would agree to you. And we're seeing constantly people violating that trust in the marijuana field and these dispensaries. I think I support 100% the people that need medical marijuana should get it as quick as they can. There's plenty of ways to get it right now. Does Oceanside need another dispensary? No. We fought it. They just don't seem to follow the rules or want to follow the rules. So I want these people out there that have the need to get it as soon as possible. That's going to be another fight for that group. Don't go up to Sacramento and try to authorize a medical marijuana. You want it. They used to be going back to everything. We'd like to look at a different approach to distribution. You go to a doctor's signature or you go get it or whatever. And the young lady that spoke earlier, she's not here still, if they're coming up with new medical marijuana pills or whatever they're going to do, maybe that's how it's going to be scripted out. Get it from your doctor. I know people that take medical marijuana. I surely do. And I understand their need. And we're compassionate as hell, and we want them to have all that. But all of a sudden, medical marijuana has not turned into medical marijuana. It's the use of marijuana by everybody. And that's not going to happen in this state for quite a while. So I hope that you fight the battle, the attorney, to get the distribution aspect of it addressed. I think that's the best ever thing. That you've won the big battle. Let's go for the second phase of it. And I don't know what you think, but I think right now this is not going to be a good thing for our city. All the opportunities I've dealt with at the police department or the city attorney's office, these people are out for one reason, not to be compassionate hearted. They're out to make money, too. It had nothing to do with any of the compassion. So that's the problem we have. Maybe that money should be made by somebody who is in legit business, like a pharmacy, and whatever that might be. I support you in what you're trying to do, but not now, and not the way it's set up. So please try to do the best in changing things. Medical marijuana for people who need it, mark me down as a yes. So you should have it as easy as you can get it, but not in the system that's got it right now. you've got your stuff on a good track, the state's agreeing with you, they're compassionate, they want you to have it, but it's just going to all get from point A to point B, the patient. So I think that's important. The only thing else I would add, we see an increased use of marijuana in our youth around this community, and that's sad. What I got for the 30-something years in law enforcement, I was out working narcotics or whatever, not medical marijuana, but just use of marijuana, those are the kids that usually will be dropouts. I don't want to be, I don't care about school, I don't care about a future, I don't care, they were the dropouts. That hasn't changed. Still that way, so for me, I think this is going to go to a vote in a second. I can gather you can count from 1 to 5 here. But for the rest of you, we're really talking about the teams that showed up to say, hey, it's not a good thing in the schools. We're going to try to address it, understanding we do have compassion in this state and here at this council for the right thing. With that, I would ask the rest of the council to please vote. I think you're right, because I'm thinking the same thing. No, I don't want this to pass, okay.
Just to clarify, the motion is to go with staff's recommendation, adopt a resolution denying the zone amendment.
Yes. Okay, then we're on. Okay, can we vote again?
You can go again.
That's it, please, man. Please vote again. Thank you. And we get the chill bump for that. Okay, I'll report.
Motion approved 5-0.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you're here for that, you go ahead and if I may here, thank you very much to everybody on both sides. I appreciate it. The other thing is we have some more on the second city clerk. I'm assuming we have council reports.
Council reports.
Okay, I want a few seconds while people make their way out of the building. We have a few more things to go, ladies and gentlemen. If you can quietly leave, we'll move on. We can. You guys want to keep it? You can if you want it. Okay, we'll do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cancel out the report for the council. I think we're just going to wish you all a happy 4th of July. Safe holiday, be safe out there, be safe, enjoy everyone.